or 50th time, thank you so much. That this is part of the event, you are part of the event, and the event will never happen without you, each of you. So thank you so much for trusting me and for keeping trust to decide to be here another day. That's really, really, really important for me. And I have no words to say how much that means in a very amazing way. And how my heart is fulfilled of love and passion when I see someone coming back the year after, because that means you guys are trusting on the same thing that I trust, making these things happening every year. So thank you again. I'm nervous today, guys, so sorry. Yeah, I don't know why I'm hearing that. Você tem cronograma aí? Cadê? Sorry, I'm lost. I have here. Yeah. Yeah, okay. The idea today and the event just happened because 5 years ago, when we were out of COVID and we were able to talk with people again and see each other, I decided to create this event to celebrate the project with my friends. And most of my friends, they were not engineers. So when I decided to do the event was to reunite all my friends and to celebrate the U engineer. And because of this event, I noticed that so many other communities, not only the engineer community, was needing some connections and people to inspire themselves to be able to go back on the market here in Ireland. Because I think our main, not issue, but weakness, our main weakness as a foreign is that sometimes when we are in the new country, we are always think that we are not good enough yet to try, to risk, to follow our path. And when I did the first event 5 years ago, I realized how much our community could be strong and how much we can help each other just with a quick chat, just with the connection of 5 minutes of talk. And that's why the Building Bridges is still alive for 5 years. And I'm hoping to keep doing this as many years as possible. Because from the last 4 editions, I know a lot of people was able to get a job in your career, in your marketing, your professional path. Maybe on the same day of the event, and sometimes like in 2-3 months after the event, just because one connection that they did on the day. So this day is for each one of you. If you're working already, could be an opportunity for you to grow, could be an opportunity for you to do a step up in your career. If you're not working, you can connect with people here that are working and they are open to help. They are here because they believe on this bridge. They believe on this connection and they want to help you to be on the same level as they are. So it's only good things that you can take from today here. So I really, really, really want you, and I ask you all to enjoy this day and to take as many opportunities you have to do networking here today. To do or to make? Make? Make. See? As many connections as possible and use the English that you have. Okay? People will understand you. That's it. So nothing could be happen without you guys. So thank you so much for being here. But I want to say thank you for other few important people as well who gave us the opportunity to be here today. So the first one is this school. So ICOT College, they opened the door for me and they they were really, really, really ready to help as many ways as possible. And they want to make sure that everyone here will be welcome and will be in a good environment where you can do networking. So thank you so much, ICOT, Laura, Leo, and everybody who is here from ICOT. Thank you. Do you want to say something, Leo? He said he didn't want to talk at all, but people who knows me knows that I always do that. Leo will talk about a little bit about the ICOT and all the opportunities that you guys could have if you decide to study more English or whatever. Please, Leo, welcome.
Thank you. Well, guys, good morning. Good afternoon, actually. Thanks for coming. So ICOT College is 16 years operating. We are doing now 3 courses: English, Business, and IELTS. So if you guys are preparing for college, if you guys want to learn more about business, vocabularies, or how to do a presentation, you're more than welcome to talk to us, to come. And I won't be long. I wasn't prepared, but thank you so much for coming. iCoach is always open to receive you guys or students, people who want to come to Ireland to stay here, to learn more about the culture, the English. We are open and waiting for you. Thank you so much.
And they will be here during the day at the event. So if any one of you are on a student level and looking for renovation, like renew your English course because you are not ready, because you are ready. Trust me, everybody's ready. Is that okay? Okay. But if you are looking for a new place to study as well, you can talk with them. They will be around. And I'm sure they will have like amazing price for all of you today. So talk with them. And is Mark around? Can anyone call Mark on the radio, please? He's English speaker. Mark Adams, where are you? I want to introduce Mark because Mark, he is an engineer that I worked with in the past. And we met each other again like less than a month ago. And when I was talking with him in an event and I mentioned, he knew about the EU engineer. And then I just mentioned, oh, I'm crazy working on the event and everything. And he was, which event? What do you do? Tell me more. And then when I explained everything to him, he was, how can I help? How can I make sure that this will happen? And I have one company that is another company, not his company, who always supports the event since the second year. But now I'm really proud to say that we have another company supporting the event that is Evara. And I want Mark to talk a little bit about Evara, but I'm not sure if he is around. No, he is around. I saw him, but he probably downstairs. But I'll take him someday on the day here to talk about Evara. Evara is a new company that's a construction company, but they are looking for staff, not only engineers. They are looking for staff in different areas as well. So it could be a marketing, could be an accountant, could be a financial advisor or whatever. And they will be around today, and you probably will be able to talk with them to see if there is any opportunity for you over there as well. I was waiting for 2 ONGs to be here, but they didn't arrive yet, and I'm a little bit early, I think. Yeah. But I would like to say about those 2 ONGs that I support. ONG? Am I right? Yeah? NGOs. NGOs. ONG is in Portuguese, see? NGOs. So, You in Africa is an NGO who helps. Maybe you can talk about You in Africa. You, amazing blonde girl. Because I know you know. Come here, talk with me. I always put my friends on spot, guys. Sorry. Where is the... So you... Yeah, I know, but I'm early, and I just want to make sure we can go through all the topics. You in Africa is a project that was created to help and support childs in Africa. So they have like this project for almost 5 years?
I think more than 5 years. Hello, guys. I wasn't prepared to talk about the UN Africa, but yeah. Okay, sorry. Okay. So UN Africa is ND in English? NGO. And we help children in Africa, of course. So we can support them to eat, to study. It's a great project. And I think they started like 7 years ago or something, because I was living here yet. Yeah. So yeah, you can support, you can donate like €5. You're gonna feed a child for a month. So I think we have €5 here a month to help a kid in Africa. So just follow them on Instagram and you can find more.
Yes. So why I always want to bring those NGOs here is because the same way we are trying to help each other here, we have the opportunity to help a child who didn't even start her life yet. So you can help in a way that she'll probably have a meal per day, or even you can help that child to grow and study and go to college. So they offer those two opportunities. Food is €5. If you want to support a child to go to college, it's €10 per month. So I want to bring this for you guys because it's a small amount per month and it's a big change life in someone's life. So if you guys don't know about the project yet, I will invite you all to talk with the girls downstairs because I'm sure they will be there later, and to understand a little bit. And maybe today you can do another change in another one's life, not only yours, but a child who is far away, looking for hope and opportunity to grow and to be maybe an accountant, maybe a lawyer, maybe an engineer. We never know. So each one of you has the power in your hands to help them. Okay, so I will invite you all to go there later and talk with the girls. And now I can see Mark here, so go back one slide, please. And I would like to invite Mark, my colleague from the past, and now Evara director, and he, contract manager.
Not quite
he is the director. He's just, see, I know he is. So he's going to talk a little bit about Evara for you guys and all the opportunities that you can have over there. Thank you, Mark Adams.
Well, thanks for having me, folks. And the Evara team are knocking around. Who are we? We are one of the largest developers in Ireland. We have land banks in several locations around the Greater Dublin area, namely Portmarnock, Adamstown and Cherrywood. We have new acquisitions in Ratoath and Kiltiernan and Saggart. So again, we're developing thousands of houses and plenty in the pipeline right into 2030, 2031. We are here today to help build bridges and assist anyone within Beatrice's network and the larger network here to find jobs or create new opportunities. We are on the lookout for full site teams, so engineers, project managers, site managers, from top to bottom. You name it, we're in document control, everything that's needed, because we're constantly building little pockets of teams everywhere, and we make sure that the teams that we build in those little pockets are fully staffed, and try not to strangle people with having one job or giving them one job and making them do two. We try to resource properly. So that's who we are. We're knocking around here today. So you'll see us with these gilets on. If you want, approach us, talk to us. Some people from HR, there's directors, there's myself, there's a couple of project managers. We have one of the new engineers, Francisco, who came in from Venezuela, is here today, and Gilly is here as a QS. So come and see us, say hello, don't be afraid to ask questions, we'll help you out.
And I was talking to Denmark before we could find you, that we worked together in the past, and then we couldn't...
Parted ways.
Yeah, exactly. And then when we met again, and I was telling you about the event, and you were like, how can I help? I want to help.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
Thank you for all the friendship and for being here and believe on the project as well. That's really important.
And it's reciprocal. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for having me.
So please, guys, if you're looking for a job, talk with them, because maybe they can open a door for you. Okay? So we talked about you in Africa. now I'm going to talk about Amor Simples de Doar. I didn't see Marcia yet. Is she here? No? So I'm going to talk about that because I don't want to delay our schedule. What time is? Am I on time? Yeah? Okay. It's early? Okay, so before I talk about Amor Simples de Doar, make a question, do a question. See, I never know. I probably need to sign at ICOT to do or to make another course. So before I talk about More Simples de Doar, I just want to do a quick question. Jesus, I am terrible now because I really don't know if it's do or make. Yeah. Who is here for the second time or more? Perfect. So let me take some faces that are not that close to me. Can you come here for a second? Sorry. I told you I like to put everybody on the spot. Tiago, I just want you to tell me, why did you decide to come back? My director is going to kill me today. Why did you decide to come back?
Hello, everyone. I decided to come back because it's a great opportunity to make connections, to see faces that could be changing your future, and to help, maybe.
How was your experience on the first edition that you attend?
It was great. I came here already as a collaborator, and I'm here again as a collaborator. I made some connections, some good connections, which I have seen and applied for jobs through those connections. And it's always a great opportunity to build your network.
Thank you for your trust, and thank you for coming back.
Oh, I'm sure.
Really? Sorry for put you on the spot, but why did I do this question? It's because I know there are people here who are close friends of me, and they know me for a while, and they know my purpose, and they will always come back, no matter what. But Thiago and I, we are not that close, right? And I need you all who doesn't know the project yet, who doesn't know the event yet, to understand how that could be powerful in your life today. So take these 7 hours as the last 7 hours in your life and make as many connections as you can to grow your networking, as you said. And as he mentioned, he applied for different jobs. Not sure if work it? The market was, and then you got a better proposal, and then you just told your boss, and then you grow your salary, right? That's something that you can do as well. Happens. But the idea is that, like, try to make as many connections as possible because it will be really important for you. And I'm not saying that because I'm the person who organized the event. I'm the last person who enjoyed the event here, you know? I'm always around. I'm crazy, talking with everybody. And my team, they are always afraid of me because I become a bitch today. But in a good way. It's just because I want to make sure that everybody will enjoy and get as much as possible for the event. Saying that, because I think Marcia is not here yet, I want to introduce Amor Simples de Doar. Amor Simples de Doar is a community to help not only Brazilians, but especially Brazilians who find out they have a type of cancer here in Ireland. And Marcia, she is the founder of the project, and she is a fighter. She already fought her first battle with cancer, and she survived. And now she's fighting the second battle. And I know she will survive again because her passion to live and to help others is huge. You guys will see that because I'll find a way to bring her here to give her own speech. But Amor Simples de Doar is a community to help So any one of you, or if you know someone who maybe is struggling about cancer, and not really that you have, but sometimes you have someone nearby and you don't know how to deal with that, what will be the right words to use with that person during her battle, you can talk with them. You can understand the project. You can be part of the project because they are always looking for volunteers. And what you can do as a volunteer, sometimes is only to take a call and to support that person who is struggling for one day that she was at the hospital, or is struggling because she's alone here, she doesn't have her family, or she just needs someone beside her, not saying a word, but just there. Then she knows she's not alone. As all of us here today, none of you, nobody here is alone. Everybody here is part of this bridge, and we can have each other in the best strong way to support and to help. So I will invite you all as well to talk with the girls downstairs, to know a little bit more about Amor Simples de Doar, and to give your support in the best way you can. Even if it's just to go there and say to Marcia, well done, congratulations, you are doing a great job. That is powerful, and that could change someone's life. So always remember that. Peace. I don't know what I need. Oh, is Barney here? I don't think so. But go, please. The second company that I was mentioned earlier. So Glenveagh. Glenveagh was the company that I met Mark. We worked together over there. And when I started working here in Ireland as an engineer, I started working in a small office, a civil engineer and structural office, civil and structural engineer's office. And I started doing design and knowing nothing, right? I started from the beginning, and I was able to grow over there. Most of the designs and the sites that I was working at this company was sites that belongs to Glenveagh. And during the time I was working at this company, I was making connections, not because I was looking for something, but because that's how I am. And then I met Mark, and I met Barney, and I met other engineers and professionals during my 6 years working with them. And one of these connections is Barney O'Reilly. He will probably be here today. And he became a friend. And when I start the U engineer, and I told him that I was doing that, he was the first person who told me, you're going to change so many lives. You need to trust yourself and keep doing it, because you can change someone's life just with this small chat that you're doing on Instagram, you know? So focus and keep doing it. And when I decided to do this event, on the first year, I never mentioned anyone. I never mentioned Barney about the event, because I was like, no, I can handle. I do it by myself. As always, I think I can handle, but I can't. I need you guys. And then I did the first one, and he saw on LinkedIn, and then he said, what are you doing? What was that? And I mentioned about, and he was, okay, I want to go on the next one. So let me know when you're doing this again. And then when I did again on the year after, I invited him. And he came to the event just as an attendee to walk around. And on that day, he got 15 CVs of engineers and architects here at the event to do the interview and to try to hire them. So he believed on me, and on the day he was able to believe in other people who were looking for opportunities to go to the market, and he opened a lot of doors. I know Evara does the same, because I know there are a few Brazilians working over there as well, because I've been a few sites from Evara last year. And that's the main thing here. What we are trying to do is open doors. And Glenveagh, since that day, every year, Barney is always supporting the event, and they are supporting again, and they will be around as well. So feel free to talk with them. As soon as I find him, I'll make sure I will introduce you all some way. I'll bring those guys every class. I'll talk with everybody. I'll make sure you know who is the face behind, and then you can talk with them. But the main idea here is like, they trusted me because they know what I'm trying to do here is not for myself, but it's to change every one of your lives. And they are on the same team as me. They want to change someone's life. And that's why they are here again. So I'll ask you all to talk with them and to make an opportunity, even if they don't have an opportunity for you. Talk with them, because you can get some knowledge from those people, you know. They can give you directions. Luis, you are HR, aren't you? So Luis, she's the HR of Evara. So maybe she can give you like a tip about how you present yourself, or maybe your CV, you need to change that, or that word's not right. I can't say that she has a job for you, but I can tell you she has knowledge to share today. So use that as a powerful tool for yourself here today. And we're going to have other HRs around as well. Paulinha, we have other ones. Talk with them. Make connections. And talk with Glenn as well. Now, where is she? Today is an excited day for me, always. But I mentioned earlier for a few of you, but I'm going to introduce again. We have a magazine here in Ireland that's called Vitrine Magazine. And those girls behind this magazine, they have the same purpose as I have here with you all. They have the intention to help all the entrepreneurs, Brazilian entrepreneurs in Ireland, to connect with the Ireland marketing. So they create the Vitrine magazine last year, right? Last year, but they have an Instagram page for almost 5 years, 6 now, 6 years, where they help small entrepreneurs and large entrepreneurs to spread your job, your marketing, and to connect to each other. So I would like to introduce you. They will talk about the new edition that we are launching here today. And I would like to introduce you, Ju Bolger, and Larissa Rocha. Please, applause, guys.
Frente o quadro ao tá?
É isso, eles são brincando. Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. I've seen some known faces around, and it's very good to see you all here. Thank you, Bia, for having us. It means a lot. Vitrine, the word vitrine means glass display case. It's the same word in Portuguese, in English, in French, and some other languages. It's basically the display case that you'd have in museums to protect masterpieces and things that are very important, something that you want to showcase. And that's our aim, to showcase the best in the Brazilian community. We have so many professionals, we have so many companies, we have business in all areas that we're very proud of. And since 2020, we've been doing this work of showcasing all these amazing people, including you, engineer. And we are here today to talk a little bit of our magazine that we launched last year. We felt that we were missing something, a connection, a closely connection with the Irish people, because we Brazilians are very connected. We're online all the time, but we felt like there was a gap, and we thought that maybe going back to paper would be the way to fulfill that gap. So we've launched our magazines. We had 2 editions beforehand, those 2 here with Larissa. And we are launching here today our 3rd magazine, our spring edition, and we are very proud to show you our cover, which is Beatriz Gailey, as you can see. So if you'd like to get your own magazine, So please come say hi to us in room 7. We'll be there all day. We can talk about the magazine, amazing Brazilian business. If you're looking for something, we can definitely point the right direction. And thank you.
Okay, so not because I'm the cover of the magazine, but I really trust the project that those girls have, because I think we need to grow, we need to improve our connections, and we need to help each other. So the Vitrine magazine, when they invited me to be the cover, I was like, why me? Yes, and it was a big challenge, guys. Come on, She asked me to do things that I never did in my life, and at the end of the day, we got amazing results. So on that magazine, you're gonna find professionals, entrepreneurs from all the areas. So if you're looking for someone to bake a cake for you, that you have a party or something and you don't know who to go through, you can find over there. If you're looking for a space to do a massage or to have a therapy section, you're gonna find over there. If you're looking for a lawyer, you're gonna find over there. So all the type of entrepreneurs that you can have in mind, you probably will find in one of the 3 editions. And the most important thing, they are always trying to not repeat the professionals and the entrepreneurs. So each edition is a exclusive one because has different professionals from different areas. So I really invite you all to connect with them, to find the room 7, to talk with Ju and Larissa, and to follow them on Instagram as well, because it's very handy to have everything in just one spot and search for those. You can find like a video maker over there, a photographer over there, a graphic designer over there. You can find everything, right? Huh? Yes. Did I talk about the QR for you guys? QR codes? No? So I'm going to do this quick introduction. And I will explain a little bit how the event works before we go. Because we're supposed to talk for half an hour here, and I did everything in 5 minutes. So I just want to explain a little bit for those who never been on the event, how everything works and how you can find yourself during the day. You will see that we have a lot of posters outside. Outside each room, you have a poster in relation to what subject we are talking inside that room. So you will find like a marketing room, and then you have marketing, communication, what else is it? Publicity, commercial, and others. So if it's one of the subjects that you are interested to talk with someone, just go to that room and speak. Feel free to do all the dumb questions that you want to do and all the smartest questions that you have, because all questions are important here. So make sure that you ask everything and share as much information you have with them as well. We will have on this main stage here a few speakers. Oh, look who is here. I'll call you again in a minute. We will have a few speakers on this room here, and they will be talking about different subjects. And you have the agenda with all the titles of their speaks, their topics of their talks. Jesus Christ. Topics of talks. You have that information. And you can have that in your hand if you want. So there are a few QR codes spread around in an orange poster. One is the hub QR code, where you can see all the rooms and all the agenda for the day. And the other one is the survey, your feedback survey. I'll ask you all to wait, because I really want your honesty for filling the survey, so nobody will feel that at the beginning of the event because you didn't enjoy the event yet. So during the break time, I will invite you all to try to do the feedback survey to make sure that we have your opinion about the event, how everything is going, what you're thinking, and what can be improved. your feedback is really important for me and for our team because then we can make something better next year, okay? And the rooms, you will be in your room. Give your elevator pitch over there, so 30 seconds, 1 minute, something like that, and open space for the next one. After that, if you are okay, you already got all the information you want, you can just walk and go in another room. You are free to walk around, and I will ask you to walk around. Of course, there are a few topics that maybe we're not interested, that's okay, but I'm sure there are a lot of people here that could have something interested to introduce to you. So try to talk with as many people as possible today. You can even put like a goal in your mind now, in your head now, and say, okay, I need to do at least 5 string connections today. 5 seems nothing when you have 330 people around, but 5 string ones, it's hard to find. So you probably need to talk with at least 50 to get those 5 ones. So try to create a goal in your head now, and I will ask at the end of the day if you got your goal, okay? Marcia is here now, so I want to go back to Amor Simples de Doar for a second, and everything that I was saying, now you guys will feel with Marcia, because she will be bringing her joy and her passion about this project that is amazing. So please, Marcia, come to the stage, and she will talk about Amor Simples de Doar. Eu tô adiantada.
Na frente do quadro.
I don't know which glasses I wear now, because it's one. So let's try the other one, because I can't see better. Oh, maybe not. No. Can everybody hear me here? Hello, how are you? My name is Marcia Miranda. I have been here every year, I suppose. Very welcome for this program, and who give us so importance. It's so beautiful to be recognized for an institution like the one you guys created. I don't want to be bored, because sometimes people who are here already know about our project, but I would like to talk about some changes we have done. But before that, I would like to talk about the group, what we do, and why we are here for. We go to the funeral after the event. So the project was born in 2021. It's a Brazilian cancer support group. I was diagnosed with stage 4. My hands are shaking, because every time you talk about this, brings you back to the same feeling. And that's what we do every day, because we have patients basically every day. So that's why it's very emotional for me to be here talking about this, but it's necessary. It's necessary. So I'm sorry about my hand shaking all the time. So during that difficult time, I couldn't stop thinking about how many Brazilians might be facing the same situation, far away from home, family, and friends. I started a small WhatsApp group, and soon became a safe space where people could share their experiences, fears, and information about treatments. So what we did was, I posted very little, very small, forgot, like you, Bia, I forgot. So I went on Facebook, and I sent a message to say, listen, I am in this situation. I don't know anything about. If there's anybody there, please contact me. We could have a coffee. And we know Brazilians we are kind of very good of having coffee, shouting and gathering and giving emotional support. So in my head, that's what was going to happen. And then I thought, I have my family here, but who doesn't? Sometimes there is students, people who come here for a dream, and then they end up with this terrible disease, far from home, alone. No information about, I didn't have any information about the health system. I didn't have any information about what I was going to face. And I was just trying to take my pain away and then just try to, I need to breathe. I didn't want to find anybody, but I just need to know if someone is there. I am going to concentrate myself in this person, and I'm not going to think about myself. And this is going to help me to go through. So I gave my phone, and then suddenly a WhatsApp group was created with 3 people. 2 were survivors, and 1 was exactly in the same situation as me, but worse, because she didn't have any English. So I went, I had my surgery. 3 days after the surgery, I was with her in an appointment where she was totally lost, couldn't communicate, and she was literally in panic because she was having pain. The doctor was discharging her. No, it's nothing, it's nothing. And then I told her, listen, I'm here to advocate for her because I had 3 mammograms and it didn't show my cancer. And only when I asked them to do the ultrasound, so please don't discharge her, just please do it. And the guy was like, sorry, who are you? And I was like, I am a cancer patient in this hospital, and I want to make sure that she's going to have ultrasound. It's a voice for someone who doesn't know what is going on, who doesn't know what is going to face. And that's what we do. To make the story short, we are 5 years now. I am facing cancer again. I was again diagnosed in 2024. The cancer is back. That was the news last year, but I'm still here. We are now getting in a stage where we're going to be a charity. We are going to be able to get help from the government, and it's not that, oh my God, now we're going to get, no, we are going to be able to help more people. But in 5 years, we had not a penny. We didn't have anything. Bia knows about it. Like, we concentrate ourselves in the love, compassion, and we are here for the patients. There's some very strong things that I wrote here. We support in Portuguese because that's what it makes a difference for patients. And we now are, I think everybody knows us in Dublin. We have some volunteers in Galway, Gort, Limerick, Cork. So I went there. What we do is we go to these places and then we just get together with the community. I need food for sometimes they get chemotherapy and they can't not cook. We can't cook. We can't smell the food. So someone is going there to deliver. Someone is going there, like in a Brazilian store. Let's get some, like cesta básica. We talk about it. So that's it. Someone visiting. We have a group where we go to the hospitals. We go to appointments with GPs, doctors, and everything. And we are, most of the time, we are the voice of these patients. Because when you are diagnosed, you just don't know what to ask. You don't know what to say. You don't know what to expect. And love is our passion. Nothing would be stronger than what we have to offer. There is nothing in the world, nothing in the world. Imagine if we have money, if we have a space where the patient comes from the place where he was living and with lots of flatmates and everything, everybody busy, and then we bring this guy and we give love to this guy, or the family needs to come. So in my head, we are going to get this, because I didn't get this far for nothing, and we are going to do it. So love, it's one of the easiest and most powerful things we can give. And now we are moving to another step in Ireland where the blood transfusion service in Ireland is now accepting to validate the Chagas disease test. This is huge in Ireland. This is huge, and we Brazilians, we brought this. We fight for 2 or 3 years, and now they said, okay, so let's pay attention. We brought numbers. We brought the first robe from the RCS is together with us, and we got it. It's a long way now. We have to go a long way ahead, but they listen to us, and that's not going to stop. So I want to thank you, everybody who went to our Instagram, took a part of the poll we had. I don't know if you guys saw this. And we got it. This is everybody who was there together with us. It's not just me or the RCSI. So I want to thank everybody. And if you didn't, go on our Instagram and vote, because in one stage, I want to show them, listen, this is how many people are there, said already yes to vote. So thank you so much. And together we are strong. Together we are strong.
Guys, I don't know if you got that part, but I will repeat. This amazing woman, she's an angel in life, in earth. You are, and she's a fighter, as I mentioned earlier.
Yes, I am a fighter.
She created like a project. Can I say project? Which is the best way?
For the
blood.
Yes.
So she created like a project, and she spread this information with a lot of people to ask us foreigners, not only Brazilians, because there are other nationalities who wasn't able to donate blood here. Yeah. So she created that to allow who wants to. Nobody is obliged or anything, but now we have the choice to give blood to help someone as well and save lives. So this is huge for everyone here in Ireland, and everything was because you created it. So thank you again, Marcia. Thank you for your love that's always spreading everywhere where you go.
Thank you.
And congratulations on your strength and your energy for being a fighter, and for being a fighter who fights other one's battle. So thank you.
It wouldn't be possible without the community, the Brazilian community. It wouldn't be. Because everyone, 2 funerals, everyone who said yes to me and allowed me to put the post in the whatever store, or no, give here, I'm going to ask every customer or staff or client to vote already, and then they were there. We have only 1,200 votes. I think is nothing comparing with 8,000 Brazilians around Ireland. So if you guys feel in your heart, just go there and vote. We still want to choose the number. I want to show the number.
We will.
30,000?
Yes. So please, if you are not following Amor Simples Doar on Instagram yet, start following this straight away and just fill the form. You don't need to donate your blood if you don't want to.
Just yes
But
or
just say that you approve, that you agree, that could be important and could change someone's life. Okay? I'm counting with you guys, please. And Marcia,
So
thank
am I.
you again.
So am I.
Thank you. And come on, a lot of applause for her. Okay, now we're gonna start, right? All this was just because I want to show you guys that are so many other things happening in the backstage. Yes, I'm terrible with English today, guys. So there are so many things happening in the backstage that maybe you wasn't aware. So I want you guys to open your eyes and see that are a lot of opportunities to help and to feel inside of you this love in a way when you're spreading, just grow. But now I want to invite Rafa to vir aqui. I want to invite Rafa. He will do just a quick talk with you guys for you to think about your why, the reason why you are here today. Please, Rafa, welcome. Where's the applause, guys? Give some applause.
Hello, everyone. So I'm Rafael Bushev. I'm well-being coaching, life coaching, trainer, and we are about to start our day and kick off and start our connections. Okay, but just before that, I have a question for you to ask for yourself. So, what is your reason why you are here today? Some people are here to find a new job. Some people are here to connect. Some people are here to share their knowledge. Or some of you are here because you are friends with someone, or maybe your partner just brings, okay, let's go to this event and have no idea what's going on. But if you did this, well done, because we always have some good thing to have from here. Okay, and many research shows that when we have your personal reason why, all the actions become personal. And then it become more meaningful for you. You have to be this meaningful part for you. So it's not about me, not about anyone here. It's about you. So make this event here about you. Okay, what bridges I want to connect? What is meaningful for me here? And with this said, I would just invite, so just few seconds, if you can just close just quick your eyes and just bring here the moment and do a deep breath and be here and now. Okay, you took this time to be here today. So do as much as you can for this. And just bring to your mind, so why you're here? What's the reason why you're here? Yeah, we know that is to bring and build bridges, but your own reason why. This is important, because when we have our own reason whys, we can have everything, okay? So just allow with thoughts, images, so because when we visualize, we bring emotions, and then you bring all in, we can do something, yeah? So this will be, if you are a professional that are here, think what's the reason why, what I want to give to the people that's coming to talk with me, because there's always something. So if someone is coming to talk with you, what's the reason why you're coming to talk with me? And yeah, and so just take a few moments. And what would make this afternoon to be meaningful for you? And with our close, we can come back now to the room and stay connected. Because this afternoon is not just about building bridges. It's about building connections with meaningful. You have the meaningful. You have to see something meaningful for you. And also for someone that is coming to talk with you, probably. And with that said, and just have here just your notes, yeah. So just the conversations we build this afternoon, just bring it to all conversations. When you're talking with someone, be present, be with the person, be there for them as well. Because it's not just about you, but it's about the others as well, okay? And with that, I hope you guys just enjoy a lot of events. Let's build our bridges. And Bia, is back to you.
Thank you, Rafa. I was there trying to solve sometimes. Thank you again. So now that you know the reason why you are here, right? I will leave all of you in, I like, couldn't be better hands, because this man, I was planning to say guy, but he's not only a guy, he's a hero and a huge man that I met him in 2015 on YouTube. So he didn't know I exist, but he was one of the reasons that bring me to Ireland. And after a few years, I was able to meet him in person. And after that, I was able to call him a friend. So I want to leave you all with a great friend, an amazing person who are always supporting and helping people to understand a little bit about Ireland. He was working in a YouTube channel during a few decades. And now he is helping in another way as well. He is a psychoanalyst, and he helps people to go through the difficulties and strugglings during the process of be a migrant. So I want to introduce you all to Mario Bortoleto. Yeah. And he will be our master ceremony today. He will be with all of you, introducing our speakers and making sure that you all are comfortable and getting as much information you can from this room. So thank you again, Mario.
Thank you very much, Bia.
Pleasure to have you here.
Oh, my. Good afternoon, everyone. How are we? After those great and powerful and beautiful words. So, first of all, as a psychoanalyst, I'm a listener, not much a talker. But before I start talking about what I brought today, I'd like to ask a very basic question. And you can answer that for yourself. When we talk about building bridges, we talk about connection, connecting to each other. And in my opinion, it's what makes us human. We call it civilization. In your opinion, what's the first sign of civilization? Connections. Makes sense to me. Your connections. To illustrate that, I wrote something. And I'm going to read a short story. It won't be long, right? So, anthropologist Margaret Mead was once asked what she believed was the first sign of civilization in human history. People expected to listen to answers like tools, fire, weapons, or language, or connections. But she did something different. She answered, she said, a healed human femur. You know femur? The leg. A broken thigh bone that had healed thousands of years ago. And why was that important? Because in the ancient world, if you broke a leg alone, you wouldn't survive. You couldn't hunt. You couldn't escape danger. You couldn't protect yourself. So a healed bone meant something extraordinary. It meant someone stayed. Someone helped. Someone carried another human being long enough for them to heal. And maybe civilization truly begins there. When people stop trying to survive alone, to do everything by themselves. I think there's something deeply connected between that idea and why we are here today. Because behind every opportunity, every career change, every new job, every business partnership, every new dedication in life, there is usually a person, a conversation, a connection, a bridge. Sometimes the right connection gives us knowledge. Sometimes it gives us courage. Sometimes it simply reminds us that we are not building our lives alone. And that is what building bridges is really about. Not only networking in the professional sense, but create meaningful human connections, capable of opening paths, creating opportunities, and strengthening communities. Because growth rarely happens in isolation. It happens when people share, when people collaborate, when people support each other. So today is about ideas, about opportunities, about conversations, but above all, it's about people. Like everyone who stood here before me. Like the powerful words, the love words, the connections, everything with sharing is our time. And it's the most valuable thing. So, thank you all for being here. And let's begin. Thank you. And for now, we have a few minutes. I really encourage all of you to stay here for the speeches, but now you can browse around, find your room, make connections, ask who knows, who have the knowledge, shares your knowledge. Stand beside who is here looking for a new opportunity, new paths. As many of them who was speaking here before me, everyone was shaking, everyone was nervous. That's part of the job, guys. No one is 100% ready for anything. So connect each other, share love, share the time, share your knowledge. If we have knowledge today, we learn from someone. So keep the ball rolling, right? Enjoy ourselves. And for those who's going to stay in this room, just move closer. It's harder to make connections when you're far from each other, right? Você é a terceira, eu acho. É.
We had more than 350 people around here, and our event was for almost 8 hours.
We have 5 employee network groups here at Glenveigh, and they're so important in the way that they create a forum for employees to gather, network and share ideas about how we can create a better and more inclusive workplace.
I think different backgrounds bring different ideas and perspectives to the table.
Women's ENG is important at Glenveigh because we're trying to increase the visibility of women in construction.
Since joining the Parents and Carers Employee Network Group, what I found is that a lot of the experiences that I've spoken about are shared.
The goal is to raise awareness of the different challenges and different disabilities that exist in our world.
For our first speaker, I have some words. Finding a job is rarely only about qualifications. Many times it's about understanding how to position yourself, how to communicate your value, and how to navigate markets that can feel unfamiliar and highly competitive. Our first speaker has helped professionals break into some of the world's most recognized companies across Ireland, Spain, and the UK, combining strategy, bold thinking, and a very human approach to career growth. Today, she'll be speaking about the main challenges immigrants face when finding a job, and most importantly, how to overcome them. Please welcome Daniela Honório.
Thanks so much.
Posiciona na frente do quadro azul. Quando for mudar a slide, só olha para mim que eu mudo.
Tá, beleza. Hello guys, how are you? Hope you are well. So one more speech in the day. I am Daniela, if you don't know yet. Well, I present myself just after this slide. But before, I'd like to talk about yourself. Who is here looking for your first job in your area? Is there anyone? You, cool. And what are the main challenges you've been facing recently? What is the biggest challenge ever you've had? No feedbacks? You do interviews and you don't get feedbacks. You apply and you don't get feedbacks. You're not being called for interviews. So that's the problem, should be in your CV, probably. Because if you send your CV and you're not called for interviews, your CV is not sending out. Yeah. But I'm talking here about other kind of challenges as well. We think it's the ghost we get from recruiters. We think the CV may not be good, the LinkedIn may not be good. But sometimes the problem is a little bit deeper. You know, sometimes the problem is about imposter syndrome. It's about thinking your English is not enough. It's about thinking you may be not good enough for the Irish market, you know? Or even thinking sometimes you are, I don't know, not real, you know? So we are going to talk about all this. Yeah. So I'm Daniela, and I have around 6 years experience in recruitment in Ireland, 5 years experience working as a career mentor. So I've been helping a lot of people in Ireland and in other countries as well to get their job, their dream job, as I say. Sometimes not the dream job, the first job we get in our area, but it's the job that is going to open all the other doors. So when you get your first job in your area, you're done, basically. You know, then it's going to be easier to keep growing in your area in Europe. And I worked as a recruiter for many different companies as well, multinational companies across Europe. So I've got a lot of experience in terms of knowing how the hiring processes happen in these companies, you know, and what they are actually looking for in candidates. And the feedbacks that they gave me a lot of knowledge, because they always told me why that candidate didn't pass the hiring process. So I knew what was missing, primarily in the Brazilian people. Sometimes it hurts so much when I see like very good professionals, Brazilian professionals, 10 years experience in multinationals in Brazil, you know, high job titles, like really, really good skills, but they don't know how to show it to the market. You know, they don't know how to show it in a proper way in their CV or in their LinkedIn or during an interview. And that hurts a lot. When I saw that, I was like, Jesus Christ, I need to help these people because they are so good. They just don't know how to show it, you know. So that's how everything started. Now, the search for your dream job, what people think it is. Apply for jobs, go for interviews, and be hired. But it's not that. What it actually is, overcome the English language barrier, imposter syndrome, learning how to create a good CV and LinkedIn profile, networking, procrastination. Guys, I see a lot of procrastination, a lot. People with EU passport. Who has EU passport here? You have, you see? So guys, people sometimes with EU passport, it's good that we have this mix here. Because people who need visa sponsorship thinks they are not being hired just because they need visa sponsorship. But I have a lot of clients that are European citizens. So the problem is not just the visa, you know, it's something else. So procrastination is a big thing. Self-doubt about one's potential. Frustration with rejections from companies. Sometimes you get so many rejections, and then you become tired and you stop applying, you know, and then you just realize, oh, I'm going to continue my life like it is. I think this is not for me. And sometimes people give up and go back to Brazil because they just didn't do it in the right way. And that's very sad. Discipline and mistake plus learning. Yep. Now, the biggest fears you probably have, let me know if that's true or not. Having not enough English, the need for visa sponsorship. Do you think, guys, that visa sponsorship is a big deal for being hired here? Yes? Yes, it is. But if you know, I've got so many questions from people, like when I am in the career mentoring session. Why companies are so... It's so hard for companies to hire people that need visa sponsorship, you know? First of all, it's a process that most of companies try not to go through. You know, if they have an option that they don't need to do that, obviously they will choose that person, you know? But if you stand out, guys, I participated in so many hiring processes with companies that gives visa sponsorship. If you stand out, if you show your potential, you show you are the right candidate for the role, they will hire you no matter what. No matter what they need to do. Once they really like you, they will do that for you. All right? So think that way. What do I need to do Don't hope for a company to give you an opportunity with visa sponsorship and that's all. Hope for you to perform very well in the hiring process, and so the company will give you a visa sponsorship. All right? The lack of local experience. Who thinks that's an issue? You think? Who else? Yeah? Yeah. So the lack of local experience, depending on the area, it is an issue. For instance, communications or marketing or sales. You know, sometimes companies want people that know the market around here, know how things work here. But still, like, I have so many people who never worked here before, say they're like recruitment. When I entered the recruitment area, I never worked before in recruitment. And I worked in a very small company in Brazil. Like, all the processes were so old-fashioned. You know, I never worked with systems. I didn't have LinkedIn, guys, and I was a recruiter in Brazil. You know, I never need to have a LinkedIn because it's a small town. Like, we don't really need those things there, you know. And still, I was hired with that experience, you know. So it happens all the time, and it can happen with you. So don't focus on what you don't have. Focus on what you have. Because I was doing that. Like, I was focusing on, oh, my experience is not enough. Oh, my English is not enough. Oh, blah, blah, blah. But then I started thinking differently. You know, no, but I do have 5 years of experience. I do have some English. I do have potential. I do have, you know, willingness to learn, you know. And then things started happening. And then the fact you are not a native, even though you are a European citizen. Sometimes we think that, oh yeah, I am an European citizen, but I'm not a native, right? Guys, it doesn't matter if you're a native or not. Seriously. You know, you live in Dublin. I don't live in Dublin. I live in the countryside. But here in Dublin, like, it's so multinational. Everybody's so used to it. So used to it. You know, so don't be afraid because you're not a native. Don't think they will choose a native just because of the fact he's a native. No, it's all about potential. If you have more potential, if you stand out, they will choose you over a native. So don't be afraid. The fact you haven't been working in your area for years. I've heard someone said it downstairs. I think that was you. Yeah, I don't remember. But somebody said, oh, I've been 10 years out of my area, you know. And that's a big point here, guys. That's why I don't want you, to procrastinate too much. Don't wait too much. Because it is a fact that the more time you are out of your area, the more difficult it's going to be to enter your area, okay? It's not impossible. I've had clients that, you know, they were 7 years, 10 years, because not just because they kept working in these jobs, operational jobs, let's say like this, but also because of pregnancy, because of problems in the family, back to Brazil to support family and blah, blah, blah. And all this time just passed and suddenly it's been like 10 years, you know. But she got a job in her area after 10 years. Not only, I'm thinking about one girl here, but I have one girl here, but I have more examples if I wanted to share. So it's not impossible, okay? Now, great times, but I don't miss it. Guys, I arrived in Ireland in 2017, and I went through all the same process as most of you here are probably going through. So I also studied English. I came with no English. Worked in all these jobs. It was great. It gave me so much experience, and I met so many people, and I feel like each of these jobs were preparing me to, you know, be ready for the actual market, you know, job market. But I don't miss those times. I prefer where I am today. And yeah, so you gotta be, you know, ambitious enough to see this, be grateful for this time, but want something else, want something more. You know, like, I deserve more. I deserve to work in my area. I deserve to work in the area I studied for, you know, because so many people here spend years in college, years studying, and they end up not working that area. It's okay if you don't like that area. Okay, I got my diploma and I don't really like that area. It's okay. But if you like it, you have to work. You have to do it. Okay? Yep. Now, what was my biggest mistake, and please don't do it? Not valuing everything I had already achieved in my own country. That's what I said before. Undermining myself as a professional instead of the opposite. Emphasizing my survival jobs more than my actual career. Guys, this is huge. I see a lot of Brazilian people doing that. Like when you work as a waiter, as a kitchen porter, cleaner, whatever, and then you go for an interview for, say, a mechanical engineer job. And then they ask, okay, tell me a little bit more about yourself. Tell me a little bit about your experience. And you guys I used to do the same thing. So we keep saying like, oh yes, I have 1 year experience working as a cleaner in Ireland, and then I worked as a kitchen porter, and then I worked as a waitress, and this gave me so much. I grew like my communication skills because of this job. This is not what they want to hear. Forget about this. All you need to say about this time is just that I've been here studying and working in different jobs, and my career is mechanical engineer, and I have this and that experience. Use your experience from Brazil. Your experience from Brazil is valuable, no matter how long it's been. Okay? And using LinkedIn just as an online CV. Ireland and other countries are looking for your experience, skills, and level of English. Okay? If you see, guys, on Indeed, on LinkedIn, jobs in your area, I'm 100% sure you're going to find. Because I've been helping people that it seemed like impossible. It was so niche that sometimes you think, no, there's no job for this person or whatever, because it's such a niche area. There is. My husband is a big example. He had a different area in Brazil, like in plastic technology, and there was only 2 companies in Ireland that did that. It's actually like pigments for plastic. Only 2 companies do that in Ireland, and he got a job in one of those. In the middle of nowhere. So, why not you? So how to stand out? I'm not going to give you a lot of tips here. I could spend the whole day giving you, all the tips possible in terms of CV and LinkedIn. But here's just a glance? I don't know. Yeah. Of a good CV. Okay, so a good CV in Ireland has 2 to 3 pages. It's not like in Brazil, that is just 1 page. 2 to 3 pages, especially if you have more than 5 years of experience. If you are just zero experience, like zero, never worked in your life, then it could be 1 page. But if you worked already, it has to be 2 to 3 pages. And it has to be in this style, guys. Clean, and simple, that works. You don't use like columns, don't use lines, don't use images, photos. It doesn't work because the ATS, which is the application tracking system, cannot read it. And all the information gets so messy in the system, and you will never be called for an interview. Okay? And if you don't have a complete LinkedIn profile, you are a ghost. So no matter if your CV is great, your LinkedIn needs to be at the same level, because the recruiter will always look at your LinkedIn. Always. And pay attention, guys, in the information you have on your LinkedIn and on your CV. It has to be the same. Because if I see something on your CV, say a job, and then this job is not on your LinkedIn, or vice versa, I'll be like, which one is true? Which one is actually the right one, Should I believe in this person? Sometimes dates are different, like on your CV, you have a job like from 2020 to 2025. And then on LinkedIn is from 2019 to 2023. The same job title, the same company. And then you're like, so should I believe in this person? So pay attention to those details, okay? Basically what I said, make sure your profile is fully completed. Don't just use it to apply for roles, but to connect with key people. So look for people from that has the same job title as the one you are looking for. So say you are looking for software developer roles. Look for software developer people, not just jobs on LinkedIn, and start connecting with these people. Start connecting with them and start talking to them. I am this guy, I have this experience, I have this degree. I'm now, looking to expand my network, and I'm also looking for a new job. If you have any tips that you could share, some people will share. And some people will help you to get a job by referring you in their company. And that's amazing. Use it to find people from your area. Yeah, that's what I just said. Okay. And all changed when I understood that. So after 3 years, I was in Ireland, and I found my dream job, and now the doors opened. So take it seriously, because it changes your life. It does change your life. And here some companies are clients, immigrants, were hired in Europe, so why not you? Imagine work for Ernst & Young, Skyscanner. These guys here, in Skyscanner, in Revolut, they needed visa sponsorship. And they got a job in these companies. They're so famous. HP in Spain, Indeed. So you are not different, We are all the same. We all came from the same country. We all have the same history, similar history in terms of coming with no English, working, studying, and then finding a job. So if this happened with these people, it will happen for you. And I see you live in your comfort zone. Thanks so much.
Wow, I have something for you. Thank you very much. Well, I do now. No excuses. But Dani said something we can think a little bit about. What's the big deal to showing yourself? The other side of this thought is, why are you hiding? Some way, everyone wants to get this dream job, to apply for jobs, but at the same time, hiding. What's a trick question, isn't it? That's a big why behind that. Because if you want to get a job and you don't want to show yourself, how is this supposed to happen? And when I ask this question, it's about the answer is inside you, but it's also hidden. Because it can reveal something much deeper and, let's say, from your shadow. It can reveal you're afraid of being rejected. You're afraid of feeling not good enough. But who are good enough? Dani said, it took some years to get a dream job. So the big thing is, when you try to connect to people, making network, and trying to get help, I feel sometimes people want to get help, but they don't ask for. What's the logic of that? Okay, I need to apply for my job in my career, and I want to get more money. I get my career on track, and I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. The other person can just predict you need help. You need to ask for that. And then said something that hit me. Connect to people on LinkedIn and talk to them. If you don't speak the other side of the conversation, how could they know you need what they have? Then that's another question. Why not asking for help? But asking like with all the details, you know. I feel insecure about my English. I feel insecure about my experience. I don't know if it's enough. Then give the chance for the other to answer that and listen. One thing I feel we have a lack of, it's the power of listening. I see people like just waiting for their turn to talk, not like listening properly. And then one example, like I understand people want to connect to the field and the other professional of the same like career. But if after we finish here in the break, when you walk around, just pay attention to each other. You can see like you almost can like hear when one is speaking, the other one's like, okay, I'm going to say next. Okay, I'm going to ask, right? How can they help me? That's the big issue. No communication. Just here, what I need, give me. But the other person is doing the same thing. So sometimes you need to step back and then, okay, I don't know what to do. How can you help me? But if you don't know what to do in one specific thing, you have more knowledge. You have other things you know. So you first give and you receive. The world won't use nothing. First give, share, and then you see the magic happens. Okay? You ready, man? Okay, so let's move on. Let's just get my thing here. So for the next, books like that. For the next speaker, I also have some words. Behind every successful career journey, let's start again. Behind every successful career journey, there is usually a moment where someone learns how to stop doubting themselves. We're back. Behind every successful career journey, there is usually a moment where someone learns how to stop doubting themselves and start presenting their experience with confidence and authenticity. Our next speaker has spent more than a decade helping professionals navigate recruitment processes, career transition, and opportunities across Ireland's job market. Working with organizations includes the World Health Organization, BNY Mellon, in the Irish public sector. Today, he'll help us better understand the recruitment process in Ireland while sharing insights about breaking barriers and inspiring future generations. Please welcome Juracy Antunes.
Obrigado. Primeiramente, boa tarde. Sorry. Are we speaking English or in Portuguese? I was in doubt. English, sorry. So everyone, good day, happy Sunday. First of all, I would like to start yourselves with a very simple thing. Only for being here, you're already taking the first step of your careers. Because it's not that easy to make a commitment on a Sunday. And if you're taking that step to here to learn, to connect, to engage, that makes a huge difference in everyone's life. And I like always, before we start even thinking about the slide on the presentation, we have the idea that in this world, and again, probably myself and all the others are here for a couple of years. I believe if you're here in Ireland for more than 10 years, we remember Mario on Europa with the weekly videos and the whole thing. So like that shows me a little bit older, but that's a reality. And everyone here has a story. You can see all these beautiful people with careers, with success. You can see Deborah running a success business for a year, helping hundreds of people. And you can see all of others in the great fields, but everyone has a story. Everyone has a path. So you're like, oh, it's nice. You have a great life. You work in a great organization. But believe in me, every one of us were in your shoes. Every one of us were in a way that we get to Ireland, we are in student visas, we get to that steps. So it's like, we might see some kind of beautiful view now, what are we sharing, how we can help each other. But in the end of the day, just remember, we are humans, we are people like each of you, one of you here. We pass for the same things, we spend Christmas alone at home, we spend moments without money because we could not afford to pay to renew our courses in the whole thing. So don't think that's like, oh my God, he doesn't know what to say, or she doesn't know what to say because life was so hard in the other way. No, we did pass for all these kind of steps before, and that makes us better professionals. That's creating us and a view that our responsibility to the others. You're not going to see Deborah, myself, or the others on the say, oh, come to Ireland, it's amazing, it's perfect. No, we don't pitch that reality. We pitch a reality of trust, of honesty. And that's one thing I miss about your videos, by the way, because you always get that direct point like, that's the reality. We don't paint that thing like Ireland is going to be amazing. You're going to get everything on the first day. Google will be with the open doors, a beautiful red carpet. You can come, the job is yours. No. If you're looking for that, you are totally in the wrong place. We are here to share things that can help you, but that's a path. And that's one thing called commitment. Nobody can succeed. No, doesn't matter how much you pay to Deborah, to any of us, if you don't do your part of the job. It's a two-way system. If you not want to succeed, if you're not taking care of the road of your career, you cannot succeed. Doesn't matter how much money you want to put on the table. That's you on the part. It's your story, it's your success. Just remember that. So, okay, saying that, I'm going to start with breaking barriers and inspiring generations, understand the recruitment process. What I decided to do is something a little bit different. I'm going to talk about the basics. Because a lot of people, I believe Deborah was saying, they'll say, you can come here, you might have 10, 15 years of experience on abroad. But sometimes we fail on the basics because you're not here, we didn't grow up here, we don't have the structure here, and sometimes we don't know the little details because recruitment, it's about points. When you're doing your interview, we need to evaluate, we need to get scores, we need to have your competencies, and that creates points. It might be 1 or 2 points that make the difference between you and the other person. And one of the things about the interview that I always say to people is, interview is about how good you are, but also how bad are the others. Because you might say like, oh, I did 85%, but the other guy might make 86, 87. So that's little points, little things that can make the whole difference between the first and the second person, okay? Next slide, please. So a little bit about myself. As everyone here, I come from Brazil. I have an opportunity to live in Argentina. I'm here in Dublin for 12 years, and I'm also in between Dublin and the Philippines. So I've all the way back to Brazil. I was a professor at the public university. Life was great, was amazing. I was finished my master's, I was starting my PhD, so go to Ireland, I improve my English a little bit, and I go back to Brazil, I go back to my public job. That's great. But probably because of the water, or the beautiful weather, or because I'm still improving my English, here I am 13 years after, and with a totally different thing. And that's a moment that, when you come to Ireland, at least from my case, I didn't come here with the intention to stay. I come to Ireland, I stay 1 year, I improve my English, I go back home, I keep my life going. And suddenly the things change. And with that, that's need to change the mentality, that's need to change the approach. And one of the things is, I was already very, very happy because I was coming from a family, we have the basic, we have everything, but I was able to become a professor in the public university. Work for the federal government in Brazil was a big deal back in Brazil. And I was like, okay, great life, great everything. And here, I was kind of like, was an experience. Oh, I'm going to stay 1 year. See, yes, in my time, the visas was for 1 year, guys. It was much better on that time. And I go back, and I get an experience. I can go back to my classrooms, share with that. That's going to help me. And suddenly, I was getting here, staying, I renew. I need to educate my job in Brazil. That was the first, like, oh my God, now it's real. I'm leaving my guarantee, I'm leaving my government position for something different. And like, what to do now? Like, oh, I can live here. I have all the papers. I can work full time. But what's next? And all that way, we get through the whole process. So, next one, please. So on that, I was kind of create. And again, we did a lot of mistakes. Believe in me. All the possible mistakes you can imagine, I've done myself. And probably most of you guys here as well. And you go to learn because you learn from your mistakes, but you also learn from others' mistakes. And one thing I learned in one of my first week in Ireland, I got one job as a security guard. That was literally my second job. My first one was a kitchen porter. My second one was a security guard. I was there standing as a security guard, and I heard someone saying, "Oh, to work in the government, you need to speak Irish." And that thing stayed in my head because, okay, I heard that. I thought it's true. I didn't ever have a curiosity to check or to double check the information. And I never saw or never understood that was an opportunity to work for the government in Ireland. And time was passing, life was going on. And I was talking with a recruiter on the phone. And they offered me my first position in the HR with the Board Beer. That's the agency that hope in the market, helps the Irish market and abroad with the embassies and the whole thing. And I was like, oh, there was a maternity leave cover. That was literally my first HR position in Ireland. And this lady say, "Oh, it's for the Board Beer." And I said, "Sorry, but I don't speak Irish." And she started laughing on the other side of the phone. I say, "Yeah, but there's no need to speak Irish." "But it's not a government position." "Yes." "Oh, it's because it's temporary." "No, you don't need to speak Irish to work for the government." And that was the first time that I see a lot of people say so many things, and that you take for us for granted. That's like where they come from. In that particular moment, I decided to doubt everything that's come to my mind. I started to check everything. Every one time that someone comes with a question, that time we didn't have ChatGPT, okay? It was Google, or you call the places. I decided to be noisy. Every single time I have a question, I will send an email to the department or I will call the department. In that meantime, I discovered something powerful called a parliament question. Anyone can message your local TG and ask them to make the question for the department on your behalf. And they love to do that because it's a kind of way to help the society. So you go to Google, you find your local TG in your area, you send them a message, I'd like to know about that. They will send the message to that particular government department, and they come you with that answer. And that's amazing. And I start using that all the time. Every time I have a question that I feel that's something right or wrong or something that I need to get through, WRC, you can call WRC, say, "I'm an employer, I'm an employee, I have that question, can you help me?" And they'll go to help you. And that was changing me. In that time, I will start helping people a lot. And one of the things I like about helping people are the problems with RTB, with employee relations, all the kind of crazy things like, "Oh, you cannot work for that." No, that's lie. You can do it. And I started helping people and gathered all that information together. And there was a moment I was getting so much information together that I decided to write my first book. It's called Navigating Ireland, Building a Dream Career. This book, it's very simple, it's very practical. But that's one thing. I decided to put every single website. It's not about you go to Google, get any information. It's about go to the right department in the government and access the information yourself. Cross-check that information. In that way, it gives me the idea that we need to trust our resources. We need to verify the information. And that was my first book and also my second book, how to get reliable information, how to get the right information, and how to find the answer. Because, oh, I can trust Juracy. No, you don't need to trust me, because every single part, you can go to the local provider or the government and double-check yourself. And that's the importance, because we always get that feeling that, is that right? Is that wrong? No, go yourself and check that. Especially with AI nowadays, a lot of things can be seen as a fake news. So try to double-check, try to trust yourself. And one thing, you cannot fake reality. You cannot fake yourself in a job interview face-to-face, or even when you're on a camera talking, it's you. Doesn't matter how good your CV, how very well written, or very things that you'll be done with AI, it's you, and nobody can change that. Okay? Next one, please. So, the first thing you need to understand when you come to Ireland, it's about recruitment. In Ireland, we have two kinds of recruitments. We call agency recruitment and in-house recruitment. Who would know here like the basic between both? Anyone would like to give a guess? Well done. Thank you. First collaboration of the day. That's exactly like that. So basically, like, we have two kinds of recruitment. It's very important to know the difference between them. Because, for example, I work for the World Health Organization and I run some programs. I do in-house recruitment. I'm going to hire people directly to my organization. But that's one thing. I'm busy, and part of our policies or any other organizations, I cannot help candidates. I can reply questions, I can send questions to the hiring managers, and I can give you straight answers. But I cannot sit with you. I cannot assist you. I can do what I'm doing now. I can come to the places, I can talk about the roles, I can explain the process, but I cannot help individual candidates applying for the World Health Organization, in special on my region. The agency, the other way, they see you most of the time as a number. That's how they create the revenue, how they can make their commissions. And that way was like, if I'm having difficulty in hiring someone, I'm going to ask an agency to support me to bring candidates. But the agencies, they want you to succeed because you become their KPIs, you become their commissions. So the moment that I have someone, what's your name? Renata, obrigado. Renata. So I have like Renata applying for an agency. I'm going to sit with Renata, I'm going to check her CV, I'm going to explore all the possibilities, I'm going to mock the interviews, we're going to prepare so you could do that perfect. If you don't get the job, you're going to leave a great impression, and the people say, oh, she's good, and as the client, I'm going to go back to the company and say, Renata was amazing, even though she got in second place, I like the kind of candidate you sent to me. That's how the companies build the trust. If you're asking me, which is the best one to apply, is the agency or in-house? If you're new, if you're starting, agencies can give you support, can give you advice, can help you on that process, and that's very good. Of course, in-house allow cost to the organizations. You as a candidate, you have no cost. Remember that. You don't pay agencies to support you, to help you in the process. The companies are paying that in their own budget, so you don't need to worry about. But of course, if you're a little bit insecure, you're still getting through the process, that helps. And remember one thing, getting a job is a job. You need to be committed, you need to get every day, you need to prepare yourself. Next one, please. And what are the best agencies in Ireland? What's the main agencies in Ireland? We have Morgan McKinney, Sigma, Hayes, Recruiters, and CPL. Some of them are very good, and again, all of them, they also can have one thing they call agency staff. So, for example, we need someone to cover maternity leave or to work for a temporary amount of time. I can go to those agencies, I can get someone to work on site for a period of time or for a long time in a project, and they can run directly the payroll on them. In a kind of way, as company, I don't have the burden, the legal and other things. I only do a payment to the company. They give me the person on site. You can see a lot of people saying, for example, Korn Ferry on behalf of Google, Accenture on behalf of Meta. So the agency staff, the people work on behalf. They might have a Google email, a Meta email, and the others, but their pay, their payroll, the legal obligations and entitlements are connected to the agencies. So if you're new here, if you're trying to explore and to get through your career, agencies can be a very good starting point for yourself. Next one, please. And guys, one thing that's very important to say, that's a reality. We, HR people, recruiters, we are not paid to help you. And that's a very reality that has to be said in a very clear words. They are paid to find talent to help the company. We, as recruitment, as HR people, we have mortgage, we have lives, we have everything to be done. We are looking to people to solve the problems. And that's a lot of things. Juracy, but you need to train me. That's a legal requirement. Every new staff should be trained. They should have the professional equipment. They should know the softwares, the systems. You not say, I am fast learner, I'm here, I can learn fast. No, I'm not buying, I'm not paying, I'm not paying a staff, I'm not paying fees for someone to learn in my company. I'm hiring people to solve my problems. And that's the biggest thing about a lot of nationalities, because people sell themselves as like, oh, I'm a fast learner. Sorry, that's not needed for me. I want problem solve makers. If you can solve my problems, if you can have the skills, I can guarantee you, you don't need to say, I need to be trained. That's a legal requirement. Every company has to do that. It's not something optional. They need to provide you the tools for you to succeed. So be in mind that you are selling yourself as someone to help me. And that's the biggest mistake of most of my candidates or most of people I see in the interview, like, oh, give me an opportunity. If you say that in an interview, and I'm sitting in that interview, I can guarantee to you that your chance to get that job drop in 70%. Even more. And that's the whole thing, because people think that, oh, yeah, we are good, we are nice, especially if they say like, oh, it's Brazilian to Brazilian. No, guys. You need to understand that we have a job. You need to keep our jobs. We need to give our place. So be in mind that we might be happy to have you. We might even give you extra point and incentive, say Brazilian people are hard work and the whole thing. But it's you, only you in that moment, selling you as a solver of my problems. You are the person that should be running around, not the opposite side. Okay, next one, thank you. And if you want to apply for a job in Ireland, there are the main job portals: Indeed, Irish Jobs, Jobs, LinkedIn, Public Jobs, Jobs Ireland, HSE. One thing that people always forget about is, let's start and apply for the government jobs. Government jobs can be low-paid positions, but you can grow, you can get your career. You can work for the public sector or the civil sector. Does anyone here know the difference between public and civil jobs? Any guess? Public jobs is anything that you're dealing directly with the public. Irish Rail, Guards, HSE, Tesla, they're public jobs. Civil service are the ones that do the policies, they do the administrative. They'll be the ones focused on the federal government. They'll be the education department, health department, will be the departments in the government. So they'll be the one more in an administrative way. For example, depends of the position. For example, if you want to Tuzla, social care workers, Tuzla can sponsor the visa. They even can bring people from Brazil, Argentina, South Africa. If you go to the HSC, nurses with Coral, they can get sponsorship. And that kind of thing, that's one good point that you brought, because a lot of people think, oh, I need to be European, I need to be some for to apply the government. Not anymore. The government has such a shortage of staff in some areas. There are a lot of schemas for bringing people. At the moment, for example, there's a lot of alignment with the Philippines, South Africa, even Nigeria. The people are coming already with the visa from there to work in the government, not even the private sector, directly in the government. And that's one thing that you can start to explore, and that I like to tell people is, have you ever thought about the government? Have you ever thought about that? Because sometimes we forget about those ones. And the good part about the government is, every year you have a raise. That's called point on the scale. Every year you got a point of scale. And it's different of the private sector, because you need to negotiate, you need to fight for that. And you get promoted very easily. People, they need more people, they need more action, especially now with IT. All the departments of the government, they're creating AI departments, data analysis departments, because they need this kind of skills on board. Next one, please. And one thing that's very important here is ATS. The ATS, application tracking system, you can imagine, oh, that's something new for AI. No. ATS exists for generations. Like 15 years ago, there was a software. Of course, that software has been evolving. And one of the things about 90% of the companies nowadays, we still have to check CV by CV. For example, the World Health Organization, we can get 600 applications. I still need to see one per one. AI would help me to score the people, to see the key points, to bring the keywords of the CV. They'll help me in the process, but I still manually need to check CV by CV. Some organizations already bring AI to help that. That's why we need to build a good CV with the crash work of the words, but I still need to look at one. So what happened is most of the HS softwares, that's the CV, and that's a little report saying how much you are in that one, but you still need to push one by one before you reject them. And I kind of way it's helpful because it gives us an opportunity to review them. But as people say, we go to have around 10 seconds, 15 seconds maximum per CV. But the importance of the HS is you need to understand to get a job is not something that's like, oh, I want a job, let's do the job today for tomorrow. No. to get a job, I need to have the whole process to create the job. I need to have financial approval, I need to have an explanation, the needs of the job. I need to publish that job. And when I publish that job going to be around 10 to 15 portals average. So if I post a job today, there will be many places. And that's one thing that I'm very worried about people is a lot of people, they start applying everywhere. And that's the only thing that showed to me is when they come back to my ATS is I can see that you apply for the same job 10 times in every single job portal that we have the connection. Because when you apply with each of them, they can apply individuals. But when they come to me in my software, I can see that Renata applied 10 times. I can see Deborah apply 5 times, and what portal she applied for the same position. And that creates for me like, I'm not going to reject you because of that, but it brings me a red flag. Why you apply for the same job so many times? Are you not reading the job description? You're not reading that they're for the same company. Next one, please. And that makes importance of be focused on what you're doing. If I can give you an advice for everyone here today is create a job tracker. The job tracker makes a huge difference in your application because you put all the details, you put the basic things. Because one thing that's happened is, I don't do that anymore, but I used to do screening calls. And every call I was doing, what's your name? Lucas. Every time that I was doing a call, there was a problem. The person said, oh, it's for Google. I want to work for Google. Thank you for calling me. And the person said, what's your job again? Sorry. It's your dream job. You want to work here. You don't even remember the title of the job you apply for. And that happens a lot. I can count to you on my fingers how many times I called someone and say, hi, Mario, I'm calling you here from Bank of New York Mellon. They'll say, oh, Juracy, thank you for calling me. I applied for the position of psychologist in your department in Galway. I'm really looking to hear from you. When that happened, I for sure would be a note and I'll be telling the hiring manager, the guy was prepared. The guy knew about the job. Because it doesn't happen much. I can count you in my whole career how many times. A lot of people, they'll have no idea what the title of the job they apply, the location. They'll just say, could you tell me what job I apply again? And that was very frustrating. Remember, that's a two side of the game. That's your side that you want the job. That's my side that I want to hire someone because I don't want to forever try to find a good fit. And that was the biggest thing. In the moment that you start using a tracker, that you have all the details of that tracker, that's make your life much easier. That's make your life in a way that I can understand better the application, I can save my time, and I can apply only the needed. So take that as a focus for yourself, for your career. Always have a tracker to get easy that information. Next one, please. And that's at the point when you say, when you get the call, and there's 2 ways to get the call, guys. Sometimes you get a call. What's my advice when you get someone calls from a recruiter? First, you can answer the call and say, I'm so sorry, I'm the Luas, I'm the street. Can you call me back in 5 minutes? That's give you time to go home, open your laptop, give a quick reading, and be ready to that message. Or you don't answer the call, they go to have an email, I try to call you, you go to see the name of the person, the company, go back to your tracker, get the information, and be ready. And that's, I can guarantee to yourself, that will make the whole difference. That's a life change in the gaming. Or if you have the chance to be in a call and open the tracker, you know the basic, because if you see the title of the company, oh, I remember, I was in Galway, a psychologist, and I applied last week, and they need this and that. And that's perfect, because you can show to the other side that you are committed. You are that. We know as recruiters that's an average time of a person in a company between 3 to 5 years nowadays, but I still want to hire people that sells to me the impression they want to do here as long as possible. Next one, please. And I know that sometimes it's hard because you apply for 10, 15 different companies, but remember, that's one thing that you do for yourself as well. So try to learn about the company. Try to understand what's behind that company, because when you go to the interview, at least, you know that, is that the place that I want to be? If I'm going there, it's going to be for a year, for a life. Do you see any perspective on that? And try to see everything that's around. Remember the basics. Know the recruiter. It's an agency recruiter. It's an in-house recruiter. As a recruiter, you can talk a lot, you can ask all the questions, you can raise everything. In-house recruiters, that time is shorter. You will be not giving much information, but still can help you. News, social media, company website. When you go there, talk with people. And I don't know if you've seen the news the last couple of days. Some of the companies that even giving feedback from the taxi driver that speaks you for the interview. Sounds a little bit of TikTok or movies, but it's a reality. How you treat people, how you treat the receptionist, how you treat security. Because if in your interview day, you mistreat someone, you behave in the wrong way, you might be seeing someone, his interview is not even the first day, he's already not respecting people around. That says a lot about you. Remember, if you went to the interview, your CV is already covered you. You have the skills for the job. Now we want to know if you're a good match for the day-to-day, because you're going to spend with you 5 days a week, 8 hours average a day. I need to know that you're someone that are going to be comfortable stay all the time. So Renata, Lucas, Eber, so you need to be aware of that, because do I want to spend 5 days of my week with Deborah besides me? Is that the kind of person profile that I want to be? She has the skills, I see the CV, we had the screening call, that's great. So the interview is also to check your personality, if you're a good fit for the culture of the organization. Next one, please. And guys, one thing that I always think is important to talk about is online interviews and in-person interviews. Believe in me, when you see that videos on TikTok, Instagram about interviews, things happen. Believe in me, things happen. And it's unbelievable the amount of mistakes someone can do in a job interview. The first thing is, don't make a fake background in your interview. Show, and make sure that what you want to show in your interview. And that says a lot about you. If you show your badge, if your badge is not made, I can guarantee to you that you're not an organized person. I don't want you in my team. If you will show your kitchen, if your dishes are dirty, they say the same. Believe in me, you can tell a lot about what you show in your perspective. So be careful with that, because it makes a whole difference that can tell a lot about you. And remember, HR people, recruiters, hiring managers are humans. And as humans, we do have bias. We have laws to protect that, to avoid that, but we still have some views, and we can still use that in our decision-making process. That not make you not getting the job, but might make you lose some points that might be changing on that particular process. First thing, body language. Make sure the camera is on the right position. If you're, for example, that's a window there, and the light is here in front of the person, that will distract the person. Make sure the light comes to you so they can see you. There are little things that makes the whole difference. Windows closed, avoid noise, wear earphones to help on that. If you share the place, guys, get out. I need to stay here alone. Here's €5. Go for a coffee. Go for a walk. See you in 2 hours. I message you. Otherwise, lock the door. Don't get distractions. And please, and again, I'm saying that because that's a reality. Be dressed all your body. Because the amount of times that a cup of tea can drop, a pen can drop, you'll forget your cable, something can happen, and you need to stand. Believe in me, on experience. I already see so many things doing job interviews, that's unbelievable. People try to do job interviews on their beds, on their pajamas. People literally half naked. People walking naked behind. Get cats around. And again, they're not jokes, as they're reality. You can be without your shoes, that's okay, it's your home, but get trousers or at least get shorts. Believe in me, that's happened more than you can imagine. And if you're doing some kind of Zoom or Skype connections, please make sure to check your name. You don't want to see the blonde warrior, the guy of the day as a nickname. Careful with your emails, how you're using that. And otherwise, avoid distraction, lighting, names, headphones, dress. And again, make sure to show what you want to show, that you're an organized person, that you deserve that moment. Next one, please. And I believe I need to start finishing soon as well. And remember one thing. Everything about recruitment is protected. If you are in Ireland, there are information you want to display because you want to, but you don't have to. And one of the things, I'm going to always these job fairs. And one day I was talking with someone. It was even one person stand up and say, "Oh, Juracy, I'm Brazilian. I love to be Brazilian." And I want to say that in my interview. Sorry, are you doing export of Brazil market? Do you have experience on that? No. So I'm trying to get to you as a professional. Where you come from doesn't make a difference for me in the day of the interview. And that's one thing a lot of Brazilians would say, like, they would start the interview say, hi, my name is Juracy Antunes, I'm from Brazil. And I never understood that why. You need to sell yourself as a professional. You need to create in a way that you are a solve maker, you have experience, you have capacity. You might be talking with some nationalities for 1-2 hours. You never know where they're from because it's all about targets, about focus, about KPIs, about the numbers. So remember, they already check their visa skills. The right to work has already been done before. So if you're at that interview, it's because you deserve to be there for your professional skills, for your competence. So make sure to check. You don't need to disclose your gender, marital status, family, sexual orientation, religious beliefs, outlook, age, disability, race, or if you're a member of the traveler community. If you want to disclose some of them, it's on you. Oh, I was 1 year off because I was on maternity leave. You don't need to disclose that. You can phrase, I had a gap in my CV, do particular business, take care of family members. And that's okay. That's cover myself. I'm focus on the things that are important, that your experience and how value can add to the organization. Remember to review the GDPR, that's very important. And other thing, remember to review a STAR method. Everything that we do, we need to quantify, we need to create points. You need to have a situation, a task, an activity, and a result, and that is very important for your success in that moment. Next one, because I think I'm getting over my time. Okay. So, and here we're talking about, you have the whole interview. So you managed to survive the screening call, you managed to survive the Zoom call, and you're there. Juracy, what are the signs that I have a good interview? How that was seen as a good or a bad moment? Okay, remember, everything's about points, about extra points or less points. Sorry, did you just go back? No, okay. No, okay, that's one, sorry. Sorry. What to do right after the interview? My advice is send an email. A beautiful email with a thank you note to the team. If you have the email of everyone that did your interview, send that email. If not, send to the recruiter. It's a simple email, 3 paragraphs. If you miss something, you can add it. You can add some links for your LinkedIn, for your portfolio. Be nice, include everyone, provide links, remind of your qualification. Thank you then for the time. That's it. Juracy, my English is not very good. We know that, so don't worry. ChatGPT, someone to proofread it, it's okay. When you work in the real life, they'll be having a lot of templates. 90% of the people, their documents are reviewed by legal, their documents are reviewed by someone senior. So don't feel like, oh my God, I need to put mistakes so they can know I'm not perfect in English. No, they should be perfect because a one-time email, it's your life chance opportunity. What you cannot do on that email, errors, grammar, don't make casual emojis, don't put something that makes you bad, don't attach images that not to be for the moment, and don't stalk people, okay? That's a decision-making process. That's called about finance, approvals. Small organizations that might take 2 to 4 weeks average to give a decision. Big companies that might be up to 2 months. It's after. We're going to be after. We're going to be the next slide. We're going to be talking about what's happened after, and feedback is not bad or good. It's a legal requirement. You are entitled for that. And even if you get the job in the second position, the third position, or if you not get the job, you are entitled to ask for that, and you should ask all the time. No, that one you can say it straight away on the same day after the interview. It's a thank you note. You're not going to be sending like 2 or 3 days about the offer. As I mentioned, after 2 weeks, you can remind them about the result, or if it's a small company. In a big company, you might even wait 1 month. You say, look, I'm still interested in the process. Could you give me some advice when I can hear the outcome? So that one you can send after 1 month. The third one is the same day. I will not send more than 1 day after, because I think you notice everyone's fresh, because like If they do the group of interviews, in average for medium-level positions, they'll have 2 days interviews. They'll interview around 16 people for a medium-level position, and they'll have that decision the second day. So it'd be nice for you to have that email during that decision process, because it'll make no impact if you send after. It would be nice, but still no impact. Next one, please. So, and that was the signs that interview went very well. If your interview was scheduled for 30 minutes, and you stayed there 45 minutes or 40 minutes, it's a good sign. It means that 2 or 3 or 4 people that was in that room, they want to put more of the time for you. Doesn't mean that you get the job. It means that you did good because they need to extract more from you. It seems a good sign. If they really check the information, the email, the telephone, if they confirm you that they have no extra round, that's the last one, the starting date, and that's one that's very good. Like when they ask you, that's a very good sign is, are you consider any other offers at the moment? If they ask you that, can be one question ask for everyone, but if they consider that, if you say, be honest, of course, if you have another, oh, I have 2 other interviews, I might consider one offer, I need to give an answer in 2 or 3 working days. If they like you, if they want you, they might speed your process and give you that offer. So that question, that was like, oh, that's a good one. That should be like interesting. If they confirm your location, if they confirm your interest in starting, all of those are little ones. Some of them are normal ones, but it's special when they spend much more time than supposed to, and they confirm that you are in other process. They are very 2 good signs, in my opinion, that we can say like you can take as a good interview. Next one, please. And that's one thing about private sector in Ireland. We love referrals. Most all the big organizations in Ireland, what they do is they have policies to encourage people to refer them. In some places, like for example in Brazil, refer something seen as a bad thing, but not here in Ireland. In Ireland, refer someone is seen as a good sign. It means that I trust on that, I trust on Deborah, I know that she's going to do a great job in the organization, and I refer her. And some of the times, instead of paying agency high fees, an agency fee is an average between the 12 to 20% of your first year salary. So instead of pay that amount, like for example, get a 100,000 euros job a year, the company might get 20,000 euros for that hiring. So I prefer to pay staff 1,000 or 2,000 euros referral fee rather than paying an agency. So referral fees are a very good way to do that. So, and I think Deborah was saying, Mario was saying, don't go to LinkedIn and say, can I have a referral? Go to there, engage with people. Look, I see that you're from Brazil. I see that you're in the company that I'm dreaming for. I see that you are from the same college that I am at the moment. Can you tell me how did you get a job? Can you give me some feedback? Would you be able to join in a coffee so you can provide me some insights? Let the person trust in you and offer that to you. Because a lot of people, they'll be very happy to sit with you, to have a virtual coffee, a moment to discuss that, and to support you in that career, in that movement of your career. Build your networking, build your LinkedIn, connect with people, be meaningful. It's not about, as Mario say, give me, what I can give to you, how I can connect with you. Because a lot of people, in that way, they want to build trustful connections. And that's very important. Next one. And as I was saying, one of the things, I run a page called getharder.ie. If anyone would like to follow the page, I always been posting information there. Feel free to follow that on Instagram. I'm also on LinkedIn. If anyone would like to send any questions or anything, please feel free to message. Probably, I always take a little bit to reply, but I'll be replying to everyone. And one thing is, trust yourself. Remember, you are the asset. You are the one that can solve my problems. I'm not the one that can solve your problems. It's the opposite way around. It's a kind of a border. You not put yourself very high, but not put yourself very down. I'm here. You need me because I have the skills to support your team, to solve your problem. You are the ones hiring, and I'm here to solve your problems so you don't need to hire anymore. Remember that. Tell yourself that. I remember I was in a job interview a long time ago, and don't do that, okay? That was me. I do that sometimes, but I was in a job interview, and there was this financial manager. there was 3 managers, 3 owners on the interview. And this financial manager is like, I was applying for a recruitment manager position. And this guy was like, oh, it's very easy job. Everyone wants to work. You just need to give people a job. And I said, sorry, but if you think that it's a very easy job, why don't do it yourself and save the money? Because you're in finance, so it's an expense that you don't need to have it. And I said, oh, no, I didn't want to upset you. No, you're not upsetting me, you upset you. Because recruitment are the people that bring the people, screen the people to your organization to make you money, to represent you on the ground, to do the job. If you think it's that very easy, that's very good, I'll be my guest, do it yourself, and save some money, because in finance, you want to save money to the organization, make more profits. And this guy was like, oh my God, never nobody challenged me like that. And believe it or not, I got that job. I stayed in that company, and it was amazing. So sometimes, like, again, don't do that. Watch the room. And again, some people have some personalities stronger. I'm one of them. I always like to challenge the system. I'm always will be the troublemaker on the room. But like, sometimes that works. Sometimes show to the people that, sorry, that's not the way around. I'm here to solve your problem. You're the one hiring. I'm not here because I want to be here. You're hiring, I want a job. I'm here to support you, to help you. So you don't need to be back again 6 months to hire another person. And that's the whole thing, is about how you sell yourself in a respectful way. Watch the body language, watch the room, and make sure that way. Okay? Thank you so much.
Have a gift for you.
Okay. Anyone that came to Ireland this week or this month?
Thank you very much, kind sir. Nice words. You don't need to love the game, but you must know how to play it. That's the thing. I remembered one thing I read in a book, a very well-known book. It's called How to Make Friends and Inspire People. Who knows that book? Dale Carnegie, yeah. And in a part of this book, the author says, okay, I'm gonna make a long story short. A lady was moving to another state in USA. She was a banker, and then she tried to apply for jobs. And then she did something different. Instead of sending CVs and ask for an opportunity, she said, I know how to solve your problem. Our problem you don't even know you have it. In the end of the chapter, she said, I had to choose to pick the best option for me. So that's it. A sequence about what I was saying. The word always use nothing. You have to show something, offer something, and then the things just start happening. You start receiving without asking. We always too much. Sometimes we confuse things. And okay, so I came to Ireland. I need a job. When do I start? Doesn't work like that. And what Juracy was saying is the same thing. He just gave a lot of tips, very valuable things, how to be yourself, how to show your strengths, and how to dodge your weakness. Everyone has a weakness, a weak point. It's important to know these weak points and how to handle them. That's the secret. So, changing a little bit of the subject, I have some words for you as well. Okay, so building a career abroad requires much more than technical knowledge. It requires adaptability, resilience, courage, and the ability to rebuild yourself in a completely new environment. Our next speaker has transformed international experience into a career that connects law, entrepreneurship, and global opportunities. working across Brazil, Portugal, Italy, Ireland, and United States. Today, she'll share her journey and insights on building an international legal career and navigating opportunities beyond borders. Please welcome Ursula Perugini.
Hello, guys. Good afternoon. A gente sempre... falando português já. We are always nervous, no? I already spoke in some countries, Ireland, UK, Italy. That's where I live. And I'm always nervous, always nervous. I hope I can share my legal career. Not only legal career, but my career outside of Brazil. And I hope I can help you today to build your own bridge, as I did. So today we're going to talk building a legal career abroad. I don't know if there is any lawyers here. One lawyer, an amazing lawyer here in front of me. Hi, nice to meet you. Hello, guys. And I lived in Ireland for 5 years, and then I moved to Italy in 2021. So my experience is in Ireland and in Italy, right? And today we're going to talk about how can you build your legal career in Ireland or in Italy. But I think my tips, you can use the tips to work in other countries as well. Please, you are there, do you want to come here closer? You, lady, hello, yes. Would you like to come closer? Because you are doing like this?
Sorry to interrupt you. Or even like move to this.
Exactly, guys. We have some seats here. Just come close. Yeah, maravilhosa. Senta aí. Senta aí, minha gente. We are home. Come closer, guys. Come closer, please. I don't want you to speak. We're going to have a chat here. I'm going to ask some questions. So I don't want you to just speak by myself here alone. I don't want that. I want to have a chat with you. And the first question that I want to do before I start, do you think, even who is not a lawyer here, do you think that you have to do a legal degree, a law degree again? You have to do the university again to work as a lawyer in Ireland or in Italy? You cannot say. Right, so this is the first question. So why I'm doing this, why I'm asking this? Because when I left Brazil in 2015, we can go in. So I left Brazil in 2015. I lived in US, here in Italy, as I already told you. And I am a lawyer in Brazil since 2014. And when I arrived in US, I start thinking, oh my God, I throw my law degree away. Now I have to study everything again, the 5 years again. I have to do the exams again. I have to do everything again. And that's it. Or I was thinking that it was impossible to work as a lawyer or in a legal area out of Brazil. And then I arrived in Ireland in 2016. I started meeting some lawyers here. One of them is here, Thaisi, amazing. She will speak a little bit about Ireland as well. And then we start networking. So this is the first tip that I can give you today, guys. Talk to people. As Bia said, as Mario is saying, you have to meet people, connect to people. Tell people what you are looking for. Start connecting and sharing your story. We were in the legal room, and then Expedito was telling us his history. He's applying the CV, he's trying to find a job, and then Thaisi and myself, we had this path, and then we start telling him, look, you should put this word in your CV, you should apply like this, because we have the experience. So, but if he wasn't here today, if he didn't ask, he couldn't learn today with us. So that's the main thing. Speak, ask for help. And then I'm gonna just very quick here, I'm gonna present myself for people who doesn't know me. I am an immigration lawyer. I am qualified in Portugal and also in Italy. I work with Italian citizenship, I think maybe 80% of this room has the Italian citizenship. We work with visas as well. And I founded the Perugini in 2019. Yes, I'm working with immigration for almost 7 years now. And I'm always doing networking, always. So as you can see, I am in 2 associations. Guys, I'm living out of Ireland for 5 years and a half, so my English is not the best. Please have a little bit of patience. If you don't understand anything, also let me know, okay? And I am part of 2 associations. One is Italian, another one is in Brazil. Always worried about being connected to other professionals, right? So we are lawyers. I am an immigration lawyer. That doesn't mean that I can help someone with labor, with, I don't know, civil or family or criminal law, because I know a lot of lawyers. So this is the main thing. You have to connect to people. Again, now we can go. So this is the agenda, right? So I'm going to talk a little bit about my journey, how I did to become a lawyer in Portugal and in Italy. And also, I worked in a legal area in Ireland. And I'm not a lawyer qualified. I'm not a qualified lawyer in Ireland, but I had this experience. About the 2 paths that we have for international legal careers. Ireland, you can work in a legal area without being a qualified lawyer. This is one of the best tips that I can give you today. The getting first strategy, that was my experience that I was sharing with Expedito now in our room. I'm going to speak more later on. Qualifying as a solicitor in Ireland, I have a great friend here who's going to share her experience, Thaisi. The 3-year practicing law store road is one of the options that you can get become a qualified lawyer. Italy, how I did my career in Italy, diploma validation, degree validation, and the key takeaways. I'm gonna be like, this is the agenda. Yeah. So my journey, I am a lawyer in Brazil. Then I came to Ireland, and I worked, as many of us, as a waitress. I worked as a waitress in a pub for almost 2 years. I didn't have like the perfect English. I still doesn't have, but we improve year by year. And then I joined in a pub. I started working as a waitress. After a year and a half, I started feeling more confident to do the interviews. And then I said, okay, now I'm going to start doing the interviews. I'm going to apply for companies, for offices. Let's try. And then I did my CV very, very bad. In that time, we didn't have a group with more than 400 lawyers. We have a group on WhatsApp with more than 400 lawyers in Ireland. We didn't have that on that time. So I wrote something with Google Translate. We didn't have ChatGPT. We didn't have cloud. We didn't have any AI. But I did my best. And then I did a CV, and then I started looking for jobs. I applied in companies and also in offices. In offices, I went like in presence, and then I brought my CV, and then I said, look, I am a lawyer in Brazil. I have a background in law, but I don't have any experience here, but I want to have. I want to learn. I'm here to learn. I can work for free. I just want to learn. So I got a job with a solicitor in an office. This was my first experience with a solicitor, with a lawyer in Ireland. And then after applying in many roles, I got an interview in Accenture. I think we know here this company. And then I got an interview. The role wasn't for legal area. It was a customer service role. But this is the first key insight that I want to give to you. So getting the door first. Then I started thinking, okay, I want to work in a company again, because in Brazil, I used to work in a company. I want to work in a company. Do I need to get the role straight away as a lawyer? Don't think so. Let's try to get in the company first. That's what I did. So I got the role. I started working in a customer service. And then after a year, I applied for compliance. But I was already inside of the company. I met people. I started doing my networking. I shared my CV. I was telling to my colleagues, to my manager, look, I am a lawyer in Brazil. I want to have an experience inside of the company. I already know the company, the culture. So that was my path, working in a legal area in Ireland. I got the job first. I was inside of the company, and inside of the company, I moved around. And then I worked in compliance, and after in the legal area, alert, we call here, so law enforcement team, whatever. And then I started working with process from Brazil. Can you imagine? I was getting like criminal process, some kind of investigations. I worked in a project of Facebook inside of Accenture. And then I was working with legal process from Brazil because I am a Portuguese speaker. So, you know, you have to try. And another thing, like very important, we always think that we are not prepared, that we are not ready to do the interviews. Guys, just like, of course, we have to train, you have to speak, but you have to do the interviews first. You have to practice, you have to try. Because if you don't try, you will never know. So when I did my interviews, I was always shaking like I'm shaking now. That's normal. You shake, you think that you are not prepared, that you are not ready. But as soon as you do the interview, you're going to start practicing. You're going to get the experience, right? So just do it. Just do it. Apply, try, and connect to people. Then I worked in a legal area, but I'm not solicitor here. I'm not a qualified lawyer in Ireland. And then I moved to Italy in 2021. But in 2019, I started running my own business. I work in immigration law. And then I moved to Italy. I arrived in Italy 2021. And I was already working in immigration law. And I wasn't a lawyer, a qualified lawyer in Europe yet. But I was already working in immigration law. So again, you can work in a legal area without being a qualified lawyer. You have to have this on mind. Then I went to Italy, and then I said, okay, I think now I want to be a qualified lawyer. Now it's time. And I think also another tip that we can do, that we can give today, Thais, is because we think, oh, I need to be a qualified lawyer, I need to be a lawyer. Do you want to be a lawyer? Because you have to pay taxes, you have, another duties being a lawyer, and sometimes you just don't need to. I want to work in a company in a legal area. I want to be a legal operations. I want to be a manager in operation. You don't have to necessarily be a lawyer. So think about this first, right? But I wanted to be, because I wanted to be a lawyer in Italy, and then I started doing my process. In 2023, Portugal and Brazil, they still had an agreement. So I used my degree in Brazil, I did the registration in Portugal, and after Portugal, I brought to Italy. So in 2023, I became a qualified lawyer in Portugal and also in Italy. So this was my path, right? From Brazil to Europe. Now we can go. And now that's the two paths in international legal careers that we have, that I'm already talking about this, but just to say it again. So you have two paths, right? So the path A, working in law without qualifying. You can search for these roles in LinkedIn: legal executive, legal secretary, legal assistant, paralegal. You can work in legal operations without being a lawyer. Or you can go to path B and qualify as a lawyer. In Ireland, Thais will speak a little bit more, but you have two ways. So you can do the exams. That's what Thais did. You can do all the exams, study a lot like crazy, and then you get the exams, and then you get the qualification straight away. Or if you have a qualification in a Europe country, you can bring to Ireland, and then you're gonna work for 3 years with another solicitor. You're gonna practice, and then after these 3 years, you can do the registration as a solicitor. You have Thais today if you want to work in Ireland. We can go to the next one. Right, so this is working in law without qualifying. I brought some roles that you can find on LinkedIn. Also, talking about LinkedIn, we know that here in Ireland, it's very important. So as we are in this event, building bridge and professional networking, learn that you need to have your LinkedIn very, very well done and made for the roles that you want to apply. So we have here today Bia, who is our hostess. She works with this. She works with LinkedIn, with CV, with cover letters, preparations to interviews. We have Thaisi as well. So just try to find someone to help you to organize your LinkedIn, your CV, your cover letter. And these are some roles that you can find on LinkedIn, and you don't have to be a lawyer, right, to work on these areas, in these roles. The first one is, so to get in first, yeah, you can go ahead. Yeah, thank you. So the getting first strategy, that was my experience as I was explaining to you. So one mistake that I was also sharing with Expedito, one critical mistake, we only apply for legal roles. So as I was saying, getting first, right? So what I did, enter the company. So any role, administrative, customer service, operations, just getting first. Then you're gonna demonstrate value and network. You're gonna connect people. You're gonna meet people. You're gonna show that you want to learn. You're gonna show your experience, because we have a background in law in Brazil, and this is not deleted. You still have that, and you can use here, right? So you're gonna demonstrate value. You're gonna build relationship. That's what we're doing here today, building relationship, right? And then after that, you're gonna start moving inside of the company. You're gonna do the internal transfer. You're gonna request to move. You're gonna talk to your manager. You're gonna talk to your colleagues. You're gonna meet some people. What I did, I was working this customer service area, and then I started a project aside of the work that I was doing there. The name of the project was Accent on Gender. It was a project for equality, gender in workplace, in corporate place. And then on Women's Day, we were like organizing an event. I'm always in events, as you can see. We were organizing an event for the Women's Day. And then I met the manager of the compliance area. And then I said, no, my God, I want to work in a compliance area. Now I met the manager. I'm gonna try to apply. And then I connect to this manager on LinkedIn. I send a message to her. I told her, look, I am a lawyer. You have to tell your history. So I told her, I am a lawyer. I'm working here for almost a year, and I have a background in law. I still don't have the experience in legal area, but I want to learn. And I truly believe that my background in law in Brazil can help here. They didn't have an open role on that time. I was on the 3rd floor. They were in the 2nd floor of the building. Then she told me, okay, we can have a chat, but I don't have any open role. And then I said, that's no problem. I just want to show you my CV, my experience, and that's it. So I went to the 2nd floor, and then we started chatting, and then, I don't know, she liked me. And then she called the other manager. He's not here today, but today we were really friends. And she called the other manager, and then she asked him, look, do we have any role open here? Because this girl, she wants to apply. She works on the 3rd floor. And then he said, no, we don't have any role now, but let's see, we can. Okay, I know that two weeks after, I was doing the interview to work in the area. But they didn't have an open role. Like, I didn't apply for the role. I went through that role. I created that role. I connected with her. I sent my CV. I asked for a chat. And this was my path. And you can do this as well. We can do it. So that's what I did. And then after that, you're going to build your profile. You're going to have your experience. As we are saying with the girl who is now working in the bank, congratulations. Now she will have this experience. She's going to have that in her CV. So that's the way we do. Don't wait for the perfect role. Don't wait for someone to go there and help you. Create your bridge. Let's say like this. Let's go to the next. Now I'm gonna invite a really amazing lawyer here, solicitor, Thaisi. I'm gonna ask her to share her experience because she is a solicitor in Ireland, one of the first one qualified here. And please, Thaisi, share your experience.
Hi, everyone. She apologized for her English being 5 years away. I don't know what to say, guys. My excuse is I only found out I was going to speak morning, so I didn't prepare much, but I'm going to share my experience that I know how to explain to you. So I didn't go through this part actually because, as Ursula said before, Portugal and Brazil had an agreement a few years ago, which would allow Brazilian lawyers to qualify in Portugal with no need to do any exams or anything. We only had to do an application at that time. So I did this application. I was living in Ireland already. I moved 8 years ago. So I did this registration in Portugal in 2020. So I didn't go through this path, but I did have to study and do exams here. They were called QLTT, Qualified Lawyers Transfer Test, at that time. And unfortunately, to be able to do the exams here, you do need to hold a qualification in Europe already. So that's why I was eligible to teach the exams at that time, because I had the Portuguese qualification. So I was able to do the exams here. I had to do all the papers as well, constitutional law, criminal law, and everything. But just before I explain how the exams works and everything, just to add what Ursula said, I do think it's important to get the job first and then see if you really like the area here and if it makes sense to qualify. We have the Passaporte Jurídico mentorship, where we show people that you can actually be very successful, not qualifying, because you can be a contracts officer, you can be a compliance officer, you can work whatever you want, even in law firms. It's different from Brazil, because in Brazil, if you don't qualify, if you don't do the OAB, the exams, it's like you're nothing. It's sad to say that, but people won't look at you if you don't qualify, if you don't do the tests. And here you can actually get high salaries being a secretary. So in my office, we have like secretaries that are super happy with their jobs and they don't see the need to qualify. So some people come here and are already concerned about qualification. And if you do qualify before you get a job, it's hard to get a job, because thinking about the employer side, how I'm going to hire a solicitor that doesn't have any local experience? And something cultural here as well, companies and law firms, they will actually help you, financially speaking, with the exams. I had this help from my firm. So for many reasons, get the job first, get the experience first, and then you decide if you want to qualify. So yeah, so I registered in Portugal in 2021. I did these exams. It was the pandemic at that time, so it was great because I had to stay at home, so I couldn't study 5 hours a day. So I took 6 months from my life to focus on the exams and then study and do all the papers at once. You can actually divide. You can do like 3 papers first and then do 3 papers later. For me, it was easy to suffer at once and do everything at once. And then I passed exams and then I was qualified as a solicitor in Ireland. Okay, but now we don't have the with Portugal anymore, so how I'm going to do to qualify. So we have 2 ways. We have the, I don't know if that's the right slide, maybe the one before. Yeah, this one. So yeah, you can actually do the course here, and you don't have to do diploma in law or anything. You can do actually other courses, other options. And then if you do have a course, if you do have a certain degree in Ireland, you can do the FE1s, which is similar to the OAB in Brazil, because you have to teach 8 subjects, so it's a long test. And then after you pass these exams, you have to do a trainship. We did have do you remember in university in Brazil, we used to have the internship in the university where you have to work in real cases. So that's kind of similar. So you have to complete 2 years trainship, and that needs to be in an Irish company or Irish law firm. So that's great, actually, because it's your first experience working in legal. And then after you do the 2 years, then you can apply to register as a solicitor. It's a long path. If you really want to do that, the good side is you actually study Irish law, so it's a good preparation for you as a professional. But there is a second option. I don't know if it's here. So when the agreement with Portugal was over, me and Diana, my partner in the Passaporte Jurídico mentorship, we're trying to find out an alternative for people that didn't have the Portuguese qualification. And then we found out, okay, there is this one as well. But just before, we did find out that in the UK, they still consider the Brazilian qualification in order to do the transfer exams. So that's equivalent to the QLTT that I did, the transfer exams, but it's in the UK. And it's very similar, actually, the UK legislation and Irish legislation. So you can do the qualified lawyers transfer test, okay, and then you transfer to Ireland. That's what I did the other way around. I qualified in Ireland, and then I transfer my qualification to England and Wales. So I'm also qualified in England. So you can do that. It's a faster way. You still have to study. There is no easy way to qualify. You have to keep studying forever. I'm still studying at this point, and I'm never going to stop. But it's a faster route. But still, get the job first, get the experience, and then you decide if you want to qualify. And we also have these options. So you can also register in the Law Society as a foreign lawyer here. But you do need support from a solicitor for 3 years. And then after 3 years working, register as a foreign lawyer, and you actually get a solicitor number. You are officially registered with the relevant body, which is the Law Society. After 3 years, you can also apply to register as a solicitor. I strongly advise you to have the employer support to do this process, because after the 3 years, you will need to provide reference letters from employers confirming your good character, confirming that you are a good professional. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to register as a solicitor, and this whole process would be in vain, I think. I think that's it. I don't know. We're going to open for questions later, maybe. Sorry, I didn't prepare anything. I hope you guys understood.
Amazing. Thank you, Thais, for sharing your story, your path with us. I asked Thais because Thais is an amazing person, amazing professional, and we are really friends like more than 10 years now. And that's what we do here in Ireland. Like the community, I'm going to speak out of this a little bit, right? Because we have the Brazilian community here, and I know that we heard so many bad things about Brazilian people, but that's not only this. You know, we have good people here. We have good Brazilian people here in Ireland. So look for these people here. On this today, you can meet so many good people as Thais, you know, like so many people who can share their story. So try to connect with people, guys. This is the day, really. So I'm living in Italy, as I told you. So I did the path to registrate in Italy. So what I did, I went inside of Studio Legale, as we call in Italy. So law office is Studio Legale. And I'm working with an Italian lawyer for 3 years. So I have the experience. Already working. And this is so important. Like, of course, we always have to study. We are lawyers, so we will study forever. But the experience for me, is the most important thing. Because if you don't have the experience, how are you going to work? You know, so that's my opinion. So I did the registration as Thaisi. I did the registration in Portugal. Then I did in Italy. I'm working already for 3 years now. And then I'm going to ask now to get the full registration as an Italian lawyer. That's my path. We can go to the next slide. Thank you very much. So this is the value. In Italy, we have as well another option. So let's say that you are not qualified in Portugal, and you have the option to validate your degree, right? Also in Perugini, in my company, we do this service. You can do, in Italy, we call riconoscimento di titolo. Okay, so you're gonna get your law degree, you're gonna get all your documentation in Brazil, you're gonna bring to Italy, you go into the embassy, yeah, because in Italian it's another word. You go into the embassy, you're gonna ask a dichiarazione di valore, you're gonna ask like to declare like the whole study that you had in Brazil. They're gonna check if you need to do another exams or not, and then you're gonna do the path to get the validation in Italy. This is possible as well. So, oh, I don't have the registration in Portugal, it's everything gone. No. And also, I didn't know about UK, so this is another option. You can do the registration in UK and then bring to Ireland. So you always have options, right? So this is one, and then the next one, I'm arriving at the end. I'm going just to remember the key takeaways that I want to give to you, because I think this is the most important thing today here, to get the tips from people who have the experience already. So the first one, get in the door first. Don't think that you have to work as a lawyer straight away. Just get in the door first. Your OAB, your registration in Brazil is important. Your background in law is important. You can use that here or in any country. Use the EUA as a ladder, so you get the registration in one country and then you bring to another one. I think if I want to do my registration in Ireland, I can do it today because I am in Portugal, I am in Italy. So, you know, you can always use the registration that you have in another country to bring to another. Diploma validation is viable. So if you didn't use the agreement between Portugal and Brazil, you still can validate your degree. And think long-term, act short-term. So to qualify, you're gonna spend about 3-5 years. But I think the most important thing is, what do you want? Because sometimes we are so lost. We are so, okay, I don't know. I don't know if I want to be a lawyer. I don't know in which area I want to work. So, you know, just talk to yourself. Where do you want to work? What do you want to do? This is really important because you can ask for help. But if you don't know what to do, what you want to do, it's going to be harder, you know? And I have a gift to you before we are going to coffee break. This is the best time to network, guys. You're going to be with 200 people downstairs. So know people, connect to people, share your CV or LinkedIn, ask for advice. But before that, I want to give a gift, small gift to you. So in Perugini, we do the validation of degree. So who is attending here today or whoever is watching us online, you have 10% of discount in this service with us. This is a gift to your amazing event, Building Bridges. And I want to say thank you again. I didn't say that at the beginning, but now that you are here, I want to thank you, Bia. I want to thank you for the event. I want to thank you for the friendship, for the partnership. We met, I don't know, 5 years ago, 6 years ago. You were organizing your first event, and then, I don't know, she saw me on Instagram, and then she said, okay, this girl is funny, let me talk to her. And then she said, okay, I'm organizing an event, do you want to come? And then I said, let's do it. And then in one coffee, we started this friendship. So thank you for everything. Thank you for what you do for the Brazilian community here. I'm very glad, I'm very, very happy, very grateful to have you as a friend. And let's build our bridge. Let's go to coffee break, but before our boss is gonna talk something. Thank you, guys.
Hi, how is the day, guys? Are you enjoying? Yeah? So I just have one quick information note. Jesus, my brain's not working. A quick thing to tell of you. Today, we have a room that is happening photo shoot. So if you guys are trying to upgrade your LinkedIn profile and you don't have the right photo, today is your opportunity to get the right photo with a photographer, a professional photographer who knows what he's doing and he has everything prepared down there for yourselves. So during our break, do you want to say something before the break? Or anyone has any questions to Ursula? Something that you want to know? No? Yes? Questions? No? All good? So during the break, if you want to get your photo ready, use this time, talk with Guy, and he will be down there. And after the break as well, he will stay in the room so you can talk with him. Do you want to say something? Okay, Mario, go ahead.
So we'll be back half three. Half four, sorry. Half four for who is watching us online.
Stay with us. Stay with us. Stay tuned. And if you are watching us online and you have any questions or something that you want to know, leave in the comments.
Yeah.
Because then we can have a look after the break when we start again. We can have a look on that.
And then we can separate the best ones.
Yes.
In the end of the panel, we have the question and answers.
Yes, yeah? Exactly. Yeah.
So don't be shy.
And the food today is outside. So where you arrive at, we have the food outside. We have padoca with us and we have churros do Lulu again. Thank God. So enjoy your break, enjoy the food and talk with everybody. Enjoy the moment to have your networking. Thank you, Mario.
Thank you, Bia.
Thank you all. See you later. We had more than 350 people around here, and our event was for almost 8 hours.
We have 5 employee network groups here at Glenveagh, and they're so important in the way that they create a forum for employees to gather, network and share ideas about how we can create a better and more inclusive workplace.
I think different backgrounds bring different ideas and perspectives to the table.
Women's ENG is important at Glenveagh because we're trying to increase the visibility of women in construction.
Since joining the Parents and Carers Employee Network Group, what I found is that a lot of the experiences that I've spoken about are shared.
The goal is to raise awareness of the different challenges and different disabilities that exist in our world.
The agenda is one of education, support and celebration, and they do that through all of the events that they run throughout the year.
Like the pinnacle of it all, I have to say, was the Pride Parade, where we had the Glenveagh House of Love on the streets of Dublin at Dublin Pride.
One of the things that I'm most proud of is the bake sale that we did for the flooding in Brazil.
You can't love where you work if you can't be yourself there. We spend so much time at work, it's important that we can be ourselves, that we can be comfortable with our colleagues.
It allows people to be their authentic selves and to bring their authentic selves to work.
Love where you work's not just a tagline. I absolutely love where I work, and I'm so proud that we're continuing to build a workplace that's inclusive for everyone and where everyone can be their authentic selves.
My name is Liz and I'm Club Hero for Trim GAA. Trim has something for everybody. It's a historic town. Most people might know us for our castle. Anywhere you go, there's plenty to see, there's plenty to do.
My name is Evan Dixon and I'm part of a family-owned business called Stonewall Coffee here in Trim. Yes, I would recommend the community to young families. Got some really good schools, really good sports clubs with soccer, GAA.
We have our leisure centre with their own swimming pools. There is so much here. The facilities are very good. There's a long-standing commuter service to Dublin. The town is well serviced by a wide variety of shops. We have all the major supermarket stores here.
There's definitely a good sense of community here in Trim. We try to help each other out.
Everyone is just so welcoming. There's just plenty going on and everyone is very, very friendly in the town.
We are here today to celebrate 5 years of Vitrine. It's a very special day for us because we are also launching our very first magazine. So we hope you like the party.
To everybody here tonight, thank you for being part of this story, this community, and this great big crack we call Vitrine. Here's to 5 years gone and many more to come.
The biggest achievement is creating the largest private house builder in Ireland.
Since 2019, we've built a really strong delivery platform. We've built 3,200 homes, built and completed and handed the keys to the homeowners, plus 195,000 square feet of retail.
By 2024, when we went seeking a new partner, we had a track record of being the largest private developer for a number of years. The next challenge for us was to try and secure a longer-term partner. In TPG, we have found that. It's giving us the capital to give us the certainty to deliver housing for the next 5 to 10 years and grow the business by 2.
Our successful planning track record comes as a result of strong design ethos and strong placemaking credentials. We have very good relationships with all of the different local authorities, and that has helped us achieve the over 6,000 planning grants to date. At the moment, we're active on projects across Adamstown, Clonburris, Portmarnock and Cherrywood.
Rebranding to Avara is so important because today we get to have our own complete independent identity. In choosing a name, first of all, we think it's important that it's short and simple and memorable. At the heart of everything we do is building with integrity. We also wanted to have a meaning that runs through the core beliefs of our business, and Vara has meanings around longevity and everlasting.
What does building with integrity mean to me and mean to us? It means exceeding expectations, and exceeding expectations in three primary places. One being the design and build of our product in our homes. The second part is care. Third one is our ability to collaborate openly and honestly with everybody.
We design the houses thinking of the customer and the people. We use the right materials to ensure they're everlasting and the quality of the homes are to the standards the customer expects.
For me, it means having the right team in place. We want people to see beyond just building houses. We want them to be able to understand the vision that we're trying to create in the communities and the neighbourhoods.
We build homes where people put down roots and where they can prosper and thrive. And in doing that, we ensure that the right fundamentals within our communities or new towns are in place.
Consideration into everything we do, every detail, from our carbon footprint to the design of our homes, make sure that they're economical, cost-effective, safe, healthy places to live. And this really sets us apart as a developer.
The projects and the people make me excited, and the prospect of delivering something tangible and delivering something to society that has value. It makes it all worthwhile when the scheme is finished and you're able to walk through it and think, I was part of this, I helped to create this, I've left something positive.
We're not just building a home to last 30 or 60 years, the life of the warranty or product, we're building it to last forever.
had more than 350 people around here, and our event was for almost 8 hours.
We have 5 employee network groups here at Glenveigh, and they're so important in the way that they create a forum for employees to gather, network and share ideas about how we can create a better and more inclusive workplace.
I think different backgrounds bring different ideas and perspectives to the table.
Women's ENG is important at Glenveigh because we're trying to increase the visibility of women in construction.
Since joining the Parents and Carers Employee Network Group, what I found is that a lot of the experiences that are spoken about are shared.
The goal is to raise awareness of the different challenges and different disabilities that exist in our world.
The agenda is one of education, support and celebration, and they do that through all of the events that they run throughout the year.
Like the pinnacle of it all, I have to say, was the Pride Parade, where we had the Glenveigh House of Love on the streets of Dublin at Dublin Pride.
One of the things that I'm most proud of is the bake sale that we did for the flooding in Brazil.
You can't love where you work if you can't be yourself there. We spend so much time at work, it's important that we can be ourselves, that we can be comfortable with our colleagues.
It allows people to be their authentic selves and to bring their authentic selves to work.
Love where you work's not just a tagline. I absolutely love where I work, and I'm so proud that we're continuing to build a workplace that's inclusive for everyone and where everyone can be their authentic selves.
My name is Liz and I'm Club Hero for Trim GAA. Trim has something for everybody. It's a historic town. Most people might know us for our castle. Anywhere you go, there's plenty to see, there's plenty to do.
My name is Evan Dixon and I'm part of a family-owned business called Stonewall Coffee here in Trim. Yes, I would recommend the community to young families. Got some really good schools, really good sports clubs with soccer, GAA.
We have our leisure centre with their own swimming pools. There is so much here. The facilities are very good. There's a long-standing commuter service to Dublin. The town is well serviced by a wide variety of shops. We have all the major supermarket stores here.
There's definitely a good sense of community here in Trim. We try to help each other out.
Everyone is just so welcoming. There's just plenty going on and everyone is very, very friendly in the town.
We are here today to celebrate 5 years of Vitrine. It's a very special day for us because we are also launching our very first magazine. So we hope you like the party.
alive. To everybody here tonight, thank you for being part of this story, this community, and this great big crack we call Vitrine. Here's to 5 years gone and many more to come.
The biggest achievement is creating the largest private house builder in Ireland.
Since 2019, we've built a really strong delivery platform. We've built 3,200 homes, built and completed and handed the keys to the homeowners, plus 195,000 square feet of retail.
By 2024, when we went seeking a new partner, we had a track record of being the largest private developer for a number of years. The next challenge for us was to try and secure a longer-term partner. In TPG, we have found that. It's giving us the capital to give us the certainty to deliver housing for the next 5 to 10 years and grow the business by 2.
Our successful planning track record comes as a result of strong design ethos and strong placemaking credentials. We have very good relationships with all of the different local authorities, and that has helped us achieve the over 6,000 planning grants to date. At the moment, we're active on projects across Adamstown, Clonburris, Portmarnock and Cherrywood.
Rebranding to Avara is so important because today we get to have our own complete independent identity. In choosing a name, first of all, we think it's important that it's short and simple and memorable. At the heart of everything we do is building with integrity. We also wanted to have a meaning that runs through the core beliefs of our business, and Avara has meanings around longevity and everlasting.
What does building with integrity mean to me and mean to us? It means exceeding expectations, and exceeding expectations in 3 primary places. One being the design and build of our product in our homes. The second part is care. Third one is our ability to collaborate openly and honestly with everybody.
We design the houses thinking of the customer and the people. We use the right materials to ensure they're everlasting and the quality of the homes are to the standards the customer expects.
For me, it means having the right team in place. We want people to see beyond just building houses. We want them to be able to understand the vision that we're trying to create in the communities and the neighbourhoods.
We build homes where people put down roots and where they can prosper and thrive. And in doing that, we ensure that the right fundamentals within our communities or new towns are in place.
Consideration into everything we do, every detail, from our carbon footprint to the design of our homes to make sure that they're economical, cost-effective, safe, healthy places to live. And this really sets us apart as a developer.
The projects and the people make me excited, and the prospect of delivering something tangible and delivering something to society that has value. It makes it all worthwhile when the scheme is finished and you're able to walk through it and think, I was part of this, I helped to create this, I've left something positive.
We're not just building a home to last 30 or 60 years, the life of the warranty or product, we're building it to last forever.
We had more than 350 people around here, and our event was for almost 8 hours.
We have 5 employee network groups here at Glenveagh, and they're so important in the way that they create a forum for employees to gather, network and share ideas about how we can create a better and more inclusive workplace.
I think different backgrounds bring different ideas and perspectives to the table.
Women's ENG is important at Glenveagh because we're trying to increase the visibility of women in construction.
Since joining the Parents and Carers Employee Network Group, what I found is that a lot of the experiences that are spoken about are shared.
The goal is to raise awareness of the different challenges and different disabilities that exist in our world.
The agenda is one of education, support and celebration, and they do that through all of the events that they run throughout the year.
Like the pinnacle of it all, I have to say, was the Pride Parade, where we had the Glenveagh House of Love on the streets of Dublin at Dublin Pride.
One of the things that I'm most proud of is the bake sale that we did for the flooding in Brazil.
You can't love where you work if you can't be yourself there. We spend so much time at work, it's important that we can be ourselves, that we can be comfortable with our colleagues.
It allows people to be their authentic selves and to bring their authentic selves to work.
Love where you work's not just a tagline. I absolutely love where I work, and I'm so proud that we're continuing to build a workplace that's inclusive for everyone and where everyone can be their authentic selves.
My name is Liz and I'm Club Hero for Trim GAA. Trim has something for everybody. It's a historic town. Most people might know us for our castle. Anywhere you go, there's plenty to see, there's plenty to do.
My name is Evan Dixon and I'm part of a family-owned business called Stonewall Coffee here in Trim. Yes, I would recommend the community to young families. Got some really good schools, really good sports clubs with soccer, GAA.
We have our leisure centre with their own swimming pools. There is so much here. The facilities are very good. There's a long-standing commuter service to Dublin. The town is well serviced by a wide variety of shops. We have all the major supermarket stores here.
There's definitely a good sense of community here in Trim. We try to help each other out.
Everyone is just so welcoming. There's just plenty going on and everyone is very, very friendly in the town.
We are here today to celebrate 5 years of Vitrine. It's a very special day for us because we are also launching our very first magazine. So we hope you like the party.
alive. To everybody here tonight, thank you for being part of this story, this community, and this great big crack we call Vitrine. Here's to 5 years gone and many more to come.
The biggest achievement is creating the largest private house builder in Ireland.
Since 2019, we've built a really strong delivery platform. We've built 3,200 homes, built and completed and handed the keys to the homeowners, plus 195,000 square feet of retail.
By 2024, when we went seeking a new partner, we had a track record of being the largest private developer for a number of years. The next challenge for us was to try and secure a longer-term partner. In TPG, we have found that. It's giving us the capital to give us the certainty to deliver housing for the next 5 to 10 years and grow the business by 2.
Our successful planning track record comes as a result of strong design ethos and strong placemaking credentials. We have very good relationships with all of the different local authorities, and that has helped us achieve the over 6,000 planning grants to date. At the moment, we're active on projects across Adamstown, Clonburris, Portmarnock and Cherrywood.
Rebranding to Avara is so important because today we get to have our own complete independent identity. In choosing a name, first of all, we think it's important that it's short and simple and memorable. At the heart of everything we do is building with integrity. We also wanted to have a meaning that runs through the core beliefs of our business, and Avara has meanings around longevity and everlasting.
What does building with integrity mean to me and mean to us? It means exceeding expectations, and exceeding expectations in 3 primary places. One being the design and build of our product in our homes. The second part is care. Third one is our ability to collaborate openly and honestly with everybody.
We design the houses thinking of the customer and the people. We use the right materials to ensure they're everlasting and the quality of the homes are to the standards the customer expects.
For me, it means having the right team in place. We want people to see beyond just building houses. We want them to be able to understand the vision that we're trying to create in the communities and the neighbourhoods.
We build homes where people put down roots and where they can prosper and thrive. And in doing that, we ensure that the right fundamentals within our communities or new towns are in place.
Consideration into everything we do, every detail, from our carbon footprint to the design of our homes to make sure that they're economical, cost-effective, safe, healthy places to live. And this really sets us apart as a developer.
The projects and the people make me excited, and the prospect of delivering something tangible and delivering something to society that has value. It makes it all worthwhile when the scheme is finished and you're able to walk through it and think, I was part of this, I helped to create this, I've left something positive.
We're not just building a home to last 30 or 60 years, the life of the warranty or product, we're building it to last forever.
We had more than 350 people around here, and our event was for almost 8 hours.
We have 5 employee network groups here at Glenveagh, and they're so important in the way that they create a forum for employees to gather, network and share ideas about how we can create a better and more inclusive workplace.
I think different backgrounds bring different ideas and perspectives to the table.
Women's ENG is important at Glenveagh because we're trying to increase the visibility of women in construction.
Since joining the Parents and Carers Employee Network Group, what I found is that a lot of the experiences that are spoken about are shared.
The goal is to raise awareness of the different challenges and different disabilities that exist in our world.
The agenda is one of education, support and celebration, and they do that through all of the events that they run throughout the year.
Like the pinnacle of it all, I have to say, was the Pride Parade, where we had the Glenveagh House of Love on the streets of Dublin at Dublin Pride.
One of the things that I'm most proud of is the bake sale that we did for the flooding in Brazil.
You can't love where you work if you can't be yourself there. We spend so much time at work, it's important that we can be ourselves, that we can be comfortable with our colleagues.
It allows people to be their authentic selves and to bring their authentic selves to work.
Love where you work's not just a tagline. I absolutely love where I work, and I'm so proud that we're continuing to build a workplace that's inclusive for everyone and where everyone can be their authentic selves.
My name is Liz and I'm Club Hero for Trim GAA. Trim has something for everybody. It's a historic town. Most people might know us for our castle. Anywhere you go, there's plenty to see, there's plenty to do.
My name is Evan Dixon and I'm part of a family-owned business called Stonewall Coffee here in Trim. Yes, I would recommend the community to young families. Got some really good schools, really good sports clubs with soccer, GAA.
We have our leisure centre with their own swimming pools. There is so much here. The facilities are very good. There's a long-standing commuter service to Dublin. The town is well serviced by a wide variety of shops. We have all the major supermarket stores here.
There's definitely a good sense of community here in Trim. We try to help each other out.
Everyone is just so welcoming. There's just plenty going on and everyone is very, very friendly in the town.
We're here today to celebrate 5 years of Vitrine. It's a very special day for us because we are also launching our very first magazine. So we hope you like the party.
Alive. To everybody here tonight, thank you for being part of this story, this community, and this great big crack we call Vitrine. Here's to 5 years gone and many more to come.
The biggest achievement is creating the largest private house builder in Ireland.
Since 2019, we've built a really strong delivery platform. We've built 3,200 homes, built and completed and handed the keys to the homeowners, plus 195,000 square feet of retail.
By 2024, when we went seeking a new partner, we had a track record of being the largest private developer for a number of years. The next challenge for us was to try and secure a longer-term partner. In TPG, we have found that. It's giving us the capital to give us the certainty to deliver housing for the next 5 to 10 years and grow the business by 2.
Our successful planning track record comes as a result of strong design ethos and strong placemaking credentials. We have very good relationships with all of the different local authorities, and that has helped us achieve the over 6,000 planning grants to date. At the moment, we're active on projects across Adamstown, Clonburris, Portmarnock and Cherrywood.
Rebranding to Avara is so important because today we get to have our own complete independent identity. In choosing a name, first of all, we think it's important that it's short and simple and memorable. At the heart of everything we do is building with integrity. We also wanted to have a meaning that runs through the core beliefs of our business, and Avara has meanings around longevity and everlasting.
What does building with integrity mean to me and mean to us? It means exceeding expectations, and exceeding expectations in 3 primary places. One being the design and build of our product in our homes. The second part is care. Third one is our ability to collaborate openly and honestly with everybody.
We design the houses thinking of the customer and the people. We use the right materials to ensure they're everlasting and the quality of the homes are to the standards the customer expects.
For me, it means having the right team in place. We want people to see beyond just building houses. We want them to be able to understand the vision that we're trying to create in the communities and the neighbourhoods.
We build homes where people put down roots and where they can prosper and thrive. And in doing that, we ensure that the right fundamentals within our communities or new towns are in place.
Consideration into everything we do, every detail, from our carbon footprint to the design of our homes to make sure that they're economical, cost-effective, safe, healthy places to live. And this really sets us apart as a developer.
The projects and the people make me excited, and the prospect of delivering something tangible and delivering something to society that has value. It makes it all worthwhile when the scheme is finished and you're able to walk through it and think, I was part of this, I helped to create this, I've left something positive.
We're not just building a home to last 30 or 60 years, the life of the warranty or product. We're building it to last forever.
We had more than 350 people around here, and our event was for almost 8 hours.
We have 5 employee network groups here at Glenveagh, and they're so important in the way that they create a forum for employees to gather, network and share ideas about how we can create a better and more inclusive workplace.
I think different backgrounds bring different ideas and perspectives to the table.
Women's ENG is important at Glenveagh because we're trying to increase the visibility of women in construction.
Since joining the Parents and Carers Employee Network Group, what I've found is that a lot of the experiences that are spoken about are shared.
The goal is to raise awareness of the different challenges and different disabilities that exist in our world.
The agenda is one of education, support and celebration, and they do that through all of the events that they run throughout the year.
Like the pinnacle of it all, I have to say, was the Pride Parade, where we had the Glenveagh House of Love on the streets of Dublin at Dublin Pride.
One of the things that I'm most proud of is the bake sale that we did for the flooding in Brazil.
You can't love where you work if you can't be yourself there. We spend so much time at work, it's important that we can be ourselves, that we can be comfortable with our colleagues.
It allows people to be their authentic selves and to bring their authentic selves to work.
Love where you work is not just a tagline. I absolutely love where I work, and I'm so proud that we're continuing to build a workplace that's inclusive for everyone and where everyone can be their authentic selves.
My name is Liz and I'm Club Hero for Trim GAA. Trim has something for everybody. It's a historic town. Most people might know us for our castle. Anywhere you go, there's plenty to see, there's plenty to do.
My name is Evan Dixon and I'm part of a family-owned business called Stonewall Coffee here in Trim. Yes, I would recommend the community to young families. Got some really good schools, really good sports clubs with soccer, GAA.
We have our leisure centre with their own swimming pools. There is so much here. The facilities are very good. There's a long-standing commuter service to Dublin. The town is well serviced by a wide variety of shops. We have all the major supermarket stores here.
There's definitely a good sense of community here in Trim. We try to help each other out.
Everyone is just so welcoming. There's just plenty going on and everyone is very, very friendly in the town.
We are here today to celebrate 5 years of Vitrine. It's a very special day for us because we are also launching our very first magazine. So we hope you like the party.
Hi, to everybody.
everybody here tonight. Thank you for being part of this story, this community, and this great big crack we call Vitrine. Here's to 5 years gone and many more to come.
The biggest achievement is creating the largest private house builder in Ireland.
Since 2019, we've built a really strong delivery platform. We've built 3,200 homes, built and completed and handed the keys to the homeowners, plus 195,000 square feet of retail.
By 2024, when we went seeking a new partner, we had a track record of being the largest private developer for a number of years. The next challenge for us was to try and secure a longer-term partner. In TPG, we have found that. It's giving us the capital to give us the certainty to deliver housing for the next 5 to 10 years and grow the business by 2.
Our successful planning track record comes as a result of strong design ethos and strong placemaking credentials. We have very good relationships with all of the different local authorities, and that has helped us achieve the over 6,000 planning grants to date. At the moment, we're active on projects across Adamstown, Clonburris, Portmarnock and Cherrywood.
Rebranding to Avara is so important because today we get to have our own complete independent identity. In choosing a name, first of all, we think it's important that it's short and simple and memorable. At the heart of everything we do is building with integrity. We also wanted to have a meaning that runs through the core beliefs of our business, and Avara has meanings around longevity and everlasting.
What does building with integrity mean to me and mean to us? It means exceeding expectations, and exceeding expectations in 3 primary places. One being the design and build of our product in our homes. The second part is care. Third one is our ability to collaborate openly and honestly with everybody.
We design the houses thinking of the customer and the people. We use the right materials to ensure they're everlasting and the quality of the homes are to the standards the customer expects.
For me, it means having the right team in place. We want people to see beyond just building houses. We want them to be able to understand the vision that we're trying to create in the communities and the neighbourhoods.
We build homes where people put down roots and where they can prosper and thrive. And in doing that, we ensure that the right fundamentals within our communities or new towns are in place.
Consideration into everything we do, every detail, from our carbon footprint to the design of our homes to make sure that they're economical, cost-effective, safe, healthy places to live. And this really sets us apart as a developer.
The projects and the people make me excited, and the prospect of delivering something tangible and delivering something to society that has value. It makes it all worthwhile when the scheme is finished and you're able to walk through it and think, I was part of this, I helped to create this, I've left something positive.
We're not just building a home to last 30 or 60 years, the life of the warranty or product, we're building it to last forever.
We had more than 350 people around here, and our event was for almost 8 hours.
We have 5 employee network groups here at Glenveagh, and they're so important in the way that they create a forum for employees to gather, network and share ideas about how we can create a better and more inclusive workplace.
I think different backgrounds bring different ideas and perspectives to the table.
Women's ENG is important at Glenveagh because we're trying to increase the visibility of women in construction.
Since joining the Parents and Carers Employee Network Group, what I found is that a lot of the experiences that are spoken about are shared.
The goal is to raise awareness of the different challenges and different disabilities that exist in our world.
The agenda is one of education, support and celebration, and they do that through all of the events that they run throughout the year.
Like the pinnacle of it all, I have to say, was the Pride Parade, where we had the Glenveagh House of Love on the streets of Dublin at Dublin Pride.
One of the things that I'm most proud of is the bake sale that we did for the flooding in Brazil.
You can't love where you work if you can't be yourself there. We spend so much time at work, it's important that we can be ourselves, that we can be comfortable with our colleagues.
It allows people to be their authentic selves and to bring their authentic selves to work.
Love where you work is not just a tagline. I absolutely love where I work, and I'm so proud that we're continuing to build a workplace that's inclusive for everyone and where everyone can be their authentic selves.
My name is Liz and I'm Club Hero for Trim GAA. Trim has something for everybody. It's a historic town. Most people might know us for our castle. Anywhere you go, there's plenty to see, there's plenty to do.
My name is Evan Dixon and I'm part of a family-owned business called Stonewall Coffee here in Trim. Yes, I would recommend the community to young families. Got some really good schools, really good sports clubs with soccer, GAA.
We have our leisure centre with their own swimming pools. There is so much here. The facilities are very good. There's a long-standing commuter service to Dublin. The town is well serviced by a wide variety of shops. We have all the major supermarket stores here.
There's definitely a good sense of community here in Trim. We try to help each other out.
Everyone is just so welcoming. There's just plenty going on and everyone is very, very friendly in the town.
We are here today to celebrate 5 years of Vitrine. It's a very special day for us because we are also launching our very first magazine. So we hope you like the party.
Hi, to everybody.
everybody here tonight. Thank you for being part of this story, this community, and this great big crack we call Vitrine. Here's to 5 years gone and many more to come.
The biggest achievement is creating the largest private house builder in Ireland.
Since 2019, we've built a really strong delivery platform. We've built 3,200 homes, built and completed and handed the keys to the homeowners, plus 195,000 square feet of retail.
By 2024, when we went seeking a new partner, we had a track record of being the largest private developer for a number of years. The next challenge for us was to try and secure a longer-term partner. In TPG, we have found that. It's giving us the capital to give us the certainty to deliver housing for the next 5 to 10 years and grow the business by 2.
Our successful planning track record comes as a result of strong design ethos and strong placemaking credentials. We have very good relationships with all of the different local authorities, and that has helped us achieve the over 6,000 planning grants to date. At the moment, we're active on projects across Adamstown, Clonburris, Portmarnock and Cherrywood.
Rebranding to Avara is so important because today we get to have our own complete independent identity. In choosing a name, first of all, we think it's important that it's short and simple and memorable. At the heart of everything we do is building with integrity. We also wanted to have a meaning that runs through the core beliefs of our business, and Avara has meanings around longevity and everlasting.
What does building with integrity mean to me and mean to us? It means exceeding expectations, and exceeding expectations in 3 primary places. One being the design and build of our product in our homes. The second part is care. Third one is our ability to collaborate openly and honestly with everybody.
We design the houses thinking of the customer and the people. We use the right materials to ensure they're everlasting and the quality of the homes are to the standards the customer expects.
For me, it means having the right team in place. We want people to see beyond just building houses. We want them to be able to understand the vision that we're trying to create in the communities and the neighbourhoods.
We build homes where people put down roots and where they can prosper and thrive. And in doing that, we ensure that the right fundamentals within our communities or new towns are in place.
Consideration into everything we do, every detail, from our carbon footprint to the design of our homes, make sure that they're economical, cost-effective, safe, healthy places to live. And this really sets us apart as a developer.
The projects and the people make me excited, and the prospect of delivering something tangible and delivering something to society that has value. It makes it all worthwhile when the scheme is finished and you're able to walk through it and think, I was part of this, I helped to create this, I've left something positive.
We're not just building a home to last 30 or 60 years, the life of the warranty or product, we're building it to last forever.
had more than 350 people around here, and our event was for almost 8 hours.
We have 5 employee network groups here at Glenveagh, and they're so important in the way that they create a forum for employees to gather, network and share ideas about how we can create a better and more inclusive workplace.
I think different backgrounds bring different ideas and perspectives to the table.
Women's ENG is important at Glenveagh because we're trying to increase the visibility of women in construction.
Since joining the Parents and Carers Employee Network Group, what I found is that a lot of the experiences that are spoken about are shared.
The goal is to raise awareness of the different challenges and different disabilities that exist in our world.
The agenda is one of
round of speeches. When people move abroad, one of the biggest challenges is finding ways to grow professionally without losing connection with identity, culture, and belonging. Our next speaker has dedicated more than 20 years to education, child development, and community building, creating meaningful spaces to connect families, language, and cultural roots here in Ireland. Today, she will explore an important question. Being a Brazilian educator abroad, is a challenge or a competitive advantage? Please welcome Daniela Honório.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. I'm a bit nervous, so I used to do it as to be a speaker, but I have to share with you that's my first time being an English speaker. If you don't understand me, please just pretend it. Let's go. I'm originally from Brazil, from São Paulo, sorry. And I've been working with education for around 25 years old, 25 years. And then I came to Ireland for the past, I've been living here for the 8 years. And I have my background in education. Oh my God, sorry guys, can I help? Yes, thank you. With a degree in pedagogy and postgraduate studies in psychopedagogy and bilingual practice studies as well. And I'm also currently studying in Budapest in the Pickler Institute to become a Pickler pedagogue. That's my dream. That was the reason to leave Brazil and study English and start a new career here. And And for the past 5 years, I've been building my own educational project here in Ireland, Ciranda. I hope you know that. And it's a Brazilian kids language club who connects kids and families with a Brazilian culture. And the main thing is to maintain the Portuguese language with them. And the feeling to rebuild our professional identity here in Ireland, that can move my mind to talk about it. So, next one. I don't want to talk just about my journey, but I think it's really important to share that. My journey here in Ireland started, well, just I want to tell you a little bit about my past, my last role in Brazil. I was a head in a bilingual creche, and that bilingual creche was just for babies. We had 70 babies. Yes, 70 babies. It was a beautiful project there. And then, of course, I started a teacher and become a manager, and then I'm a head. And then I moved abroad. So I had experience. I had team responsibilities, and I moved. I started again my life here. And my journey started again as an au pair, of course, and I love it. It wasn't. I wasn't sad with that. I was very grateful to be here and starting working with kids. That's my passion. And then soon later, I got a job in Alcamont Creche. It's the creche from the UCD campus. I stayed there for 2 years as a teacher for the baby room. And then soon I started building Ciranda. Ciranda started, I don't know if you can see that, but started in my living room at home. That was the very beginning. And we started creating Pacti. That was our first visit to the ambassador in Ciranda. And then our first moment in the BIC, the Event Brazil Showcase. And then the last one, I'm so proud now because this year was our first time participating in the St. Patrick's Parade in Bray. And we got a prize this year. So it was recognition and belonging. And they said a lot like, was very... They said a lot of beautiful words. I can't remember exactly, but like our energy during the parade was incredible. You know, Bray is a little city, and then it was like a big moment. Some parents of my babies here, they are here, and it was at the event, and then it was so powerful, I think so. It was like really good to see everybody singing and being so respectful for their culture here. And then the next one, please. It was one by one, no? Okay. No, there's one. So the challenge, I'm going to talk about that. The first of all, I think for everybody, not everybody, but who is not an English speaker, of course, the language is the most difficult part when we come to Ireland because, of course, communication is the most important thing when we work with kids. When we need to keep connection with them, with, of course, the communication. And the language is one part of that challenge to start working in the education field. Can I read one part, please? Can I read? Gonna be better? Who said that? Even when we speak English well, expressing ourselves professionally with confidence takes time, especially in education, where communication is such an important part of our work. And that is also the challenge of the adapting to a completely different educational culture, different expectation, different routines, different systems, different ways of understanding childhood and learning. And the feeling that our experience may not be fully understood or fully valued. And many international educators arrive here with years of experience and strong academic backgrounds and deep practical knowledge. And suddenly we feel like beginners again. And believe many migrant professionals, not only educators, of course, experienced this feeling at some point. But over time, I started noticing something very interesting. Many Brazilian educators around me were doing something remarkable. We were before in the room for the education, we were talking about that. And they were building a strong connection with children, creating warm and welcome environments, building trust with families, and because Brazilian educators often bring something very powerful with them. And this is where I believe the conversation becomes really important. So, over the years, I started reflecting on what makes many Brazilian educators stand out abroad. And I realized that there were qualities deeply connected to the way many of us were trained, raised, and shaped professionally. The first one, of course, is commitment and adaptability. Did I say it right? Yeah. I trained a lot. Oh, good. Commitment and adaptability. So Brazilian professionals who moved abroad arrived with a very strong and sense of responsibility towards their work. It's for sure. And we adapt quickly, we learn fast, and we do our best to contribute. Many of us understand the value of the opportunity very deeply. So we develop resilience, commitment, and because beyond qualifications, workplaces are value professionals who are engaged, dependable, and willing to grow. The second strand is something that I believe we should recognize more often. So many Brazilian educators have a very strong educational foundation. We talked that before. Our training includes extensive study in pedagogy, child development, emotional development, and learning process, and this matters. And that is another important point that deserves to be mentioned. I think that's the most important who are looking for jobs here in that area. The opportunities in this sector are real. Ireland continues, unfortunately, of course, to experience a significant demand in early childhood education and childcare service. Recent reports from the Early Childhood Ireland and national publications shows ongoing staffing shortages across the sector. Look down, with more than 60% of settings reporting vacancies in the past year. We are strongly looking for that. At the same time, many Brazilian educators arrive with qualifications and academic backgrounds that are highly valuable here. And in many cases, Brazilian degrees can be successfully recognized with the Irish qualifications framework, often allowing educators to obtain the level 7 or level 8 easily. Right? Yeah. Yes, but yes. We were talking that before in the room, because here in Ireland, to work with kids, that may drive crazy, because for work with kids here, they just need one course for 8 months. You can do that online as well. So they don't learn exactly how to work with kids, how to manage the day. Well, I think just to manage the day, not how to manage the day with the kids, and of course, emotional development, nothing like that. We learned this step by step in Brazil. We used to study at minimum 4 years to work with kids in the childhood, and here only 8 months. So the Brazilians can just bring with their diploma here and start in level 7 and level 8. And this used to be, should to be a higher salary, but not happen sometimes with a good look. Yes. And the point is this career is not just the career progression. They can get a work permit as well, and a high demanded for that. So while many educators arrive feeling insecure about starting again, the reality is that many of them already carry qualifications, experience, and skills that is genuinely. Did you get it? Okay. Needed here, of course. And finally, what I personally believe in is the most beautiful strength for many Brazilian connections carry in connection. Brazilian educators often understand something very important. Before children truly learning, they need to feel safe, they need to feel seen, they need to feel emotionally connected, and then they learn. They need that. And Brazilian educators naturally create a warm and a welcome environment. We connect with kids, with families, with people. And in a world, it's becoming increasingly fast, automated, and performance-driven. The ability to create a genuine human connection becomes incredibly valuable, because children may not remember every activity we planned, but for sure they will remember how they felt around us. The next one. Okay. And then I started asking, what can I contribute? And because education grows when different perspectives met, different cultures, different experience, different ways to understand childhood. And I believe Brazilian educators have a lot to contribute internationally. Welcome. Especially in the areas like relationship, emotional development, creativity, and human connection. Founding Ciranda was part of this realization for me. It was the moment when I understood that I didn't need to erase my professional identity to belong here. I could bring something that I connect both worlds. So Brazil and Ireland, education and culture, children and belonging. And I think this is something many immigrant professionals eventually discover. Sometimes our greatest strength is not becoming exactly like everyone else. Sometimes it's understanding the value of the perspective we already carry. So I would like to finish with this thought. Moving abroad can challenge our confidence, and it can make us question our experience, our identity, and our professional value. But over time, many of us begin to realize something important. The things that once made us feel different are often the same things that make us valuable. Our culture, our experience, our way to connecting with people, our professional journey. These are not things we need to hide. They are part of who we are as educators. And the part of this impact we create. So maybe the real question is not whether being a Brazilian educator abroad is a challenge. So maybe the real question is what becomes possible when we finally recognize the value we already bring. And your story is not a limitation. volta um pouquinho. Your story is not a limitation. It's part of your professional identity. And before finish, just everybody understand me? So when I will talk to Bea about this moment to be here to talk with a lot of educators around, I was a little bit nervous, not because, yes, because the language, the first thing, but just because we have to start a movement in the education field. When we talk with a lot of educators here in Ireland, we can get a lot of uncomfortable feelings, I think so, exactly because of that. We had experience, we know about children and how to connect with them. We have our borogodó, the sauce. We have, nobody else has that. And then when we work with other educators, many of them getting a little bit disappointed to work and start their career here. And I was talking before as well. My dream, I think, to get a lot of Brazilians here in education field, because this borogodó, this sauce, makes the difference, because we know that way. And in the beginning, when I asked, I made a question about, is it be an advantage? Yes, it is. Not just because that 3 points I mentioned it before, but I had experience to talking with families as well. Like when I was an au pair, I was working in a state, and I was me and another Brazilian au pair was working with the kids in the garden, and the other families just like looking around. And they starting, of course, the au pairs was moving, and do you have any Brazilian friends to work here? Would you like a Brazilian an au pair as well? Because the difference was our connection with the kids. We were worried about them. This is our difference, I think so. And who are looking for the opportunities here, this field is full of opportunities to work in the creche, in the centers, and with families as well. It's really easy to get the work visa right now. They are looking for. I know a lot of people from HR looking for people. I'm educators. And that's points. So stay connected. If you're not following Ciranda, please at ciranda.ireland. And if you want to connect with me on LinkedIn, Daniela Perazzolo. Any questions? I know that's my first time. The next year going to be better. No.
This is for you. Thank you very much. You were brilliant, right? Don't shake. Yeah. Well, very important topic, isn't it? And very, very lovely words. When you talk about children and development, when you just started talking, my mind went to a psychoanalyst, an English psychoanalyst called Donald Winnicott, and he has this concept called environment good enough, and it's essential for the development of the emotional field and of the children, which reflects in the adulthood life. The person who hasn't, let's say, be able to have this space to feel and have these feelings validated, the opinion validated, and even suffering validated, who never listen to, you don't need to cry for that, it's not that bad. You can imagine in the long term, the adult who doesn't know how to ask for help, who represses the emotions. It comes from the beginning, And then when you bring this, I've said, Borogodó, we have this, you know? And then when Ciranda offers this environment for the Brazilian children, it's amazing. Because we keep our roots.
It's not just about the Ciranda space. I think when I was working in a creche, I could feel that working with another Brazilian girl, for example, another Brazilian educator. And we know how to manage it when they are fighting, for example. Here, just, no, stop, just stay there. And no, what's happened? Why did you do that? Don't do that. It's not nice. I think our way to manage this is completely different. Of course, I love Brazilians. Of course, I will protect it and say no. But I'm really honest. I can see that difference. It's completely, and we can stay in their position as well. Like when we start in a new job, and someone starts just telling what to do, move here, it's not nice with us, we get uncomfortable all day. It's in my mind, for me, for example, I can be blocked to listen, to work, to do anything. I'm in impression, I'm aware every time because I don't know if somebody's coming and what they will do. And kids feel the same. The child will feel the same. Will feel the same. Oh my God, she's coming. She's not being welcoming with me. She's not nice with me. And children cannot learn if they are not feeling safe.
Feeling safe. Wow. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. So let's move on. Everyone, are you following Ciranda already? Okay. So, I'm a fan. Let's start with that. Okay. In a world constantly pushing people towards performance and productivity, many professionals are beginning to ask a deeper question. How can we grow without burning ourselves out in the process? Our next speaker works at an intersection of leadership, emotional intelligence, and sustainable well-being, helping individuals and organizations create healthier and more human-centered ways of living and working. Today, she will speak about direction, not pressure, and a new way to lead, perform, and thrive. Please welcome Katita Fogarty.
Hello, hello. Wow, so many amazing things we've seen today already. So I have big shoes to fill. How are you guys feeling? All good? Good. So I'm here, as Marco beautifully introduced me, to talk a little bit about pressure, not direction. So how we move from making our decisions from a survival and pressuring point to making decisions more aligned with who we are and what we believe. So today, before I start talking, I'm going to invite you to feel some things, okay? So through our talk today, I'm going to be asking you some questions so for you to reflect. I'm also going to be asking you to discuss with maybe a person that is close to you. So maybe if you don't have someone close, just sit close to somebody. And also I will be asking you to feel. And maybe for some of you, we're going to be uncomfortable. It is uncomfortable for me too. I'm a bit nervous too here. But what I would like to ask you is be open-minded, see where this leads you. And then when I finish, we can decide what you're going to bring home with you and what you're going to stay here, whatever that doesn't make sense to you. Is that a deal? Yes? Good. So what I'm going to ask you to start is place your palms like this in front of your heart, or your chest. Just lightly press your palms, hold your palm against each other. Okay. Now, what I'm going to ask you to do is add a little bit of pressure. So put a little bit of pressing your hands, start pressing your hands against one another. And as you do this, observe, how do you feel? maybe there's a little bit of tension in the shoulders. Maybe the arms start getting a little bit uncomfortable. Now I'm going to ask you to do harder. Put as much pressure as you can. And I know it's uncomfortable, but keep there. I know maybe you can really feel the pain in your shoulders, but notice how much your whole body is adapting. So you are there holding everything together. I know it's sore. Stay there just one more second. Because now when you're feeling that pressure, I'd like you to ask yourself, maybe where in my life right now is feeling a little bit like this. Maybe it's a little bit too tight. Maybe it's a lot of pressure. But I'm pushing through, going through, performing, but I am exhausted. And maybe I'm calling this resilience, courage. But I'm there pushing and ignoring everything else. Now I know you're tired, so slowly, don't release your hands, but just release the pressure. Just come back with your hands there. And as you notice now how your body change, notice maybe you can move a little bit more, maybe there's the tension in your shoulders that you want to release. So notice the difference between the pressure, the force, and the space you're just creating right now. And now you can release your hands. And before we start, I'm going to invite you to close your eyes for 2 seconds. It's going to be quick. And think about your immigrant journey. When you came to Ireland, you are here trying to survive, trying to press through, trying to achieve, perform, build connections, build solutions. And where do you need space? Where you need to just be. And just now in this moment, bring awareness to your body and ask yourself, how I'm feeling right now? And take a deep breath. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes. How are you feeling? How good? Sometimes all we need is time for breathing. You know, just take a breath. I needed this. I did it for me, not for you guys. So it was all about me. So here in this screen now, in the next one, thanks very much, you have a little bit about me, right? So as Marion introduced me, I'm Kachita Fogarty. I'm a mentor, I'm a coach, I'm a facilitator, and I also co-founder of a new wellbeing house. So a new wellbeing house is a space in Dublin, in Bagot Street, that is designed to support people's well-being. So we have therapists. We have one of our therapists here, so I'm proud to have you here. So we have therapists, we have events, we have many experiences for personal, professional, and spiritual development. And we also offer solutions for organizations that want to bring well-being as part of their strategy, not only as a one-off event. So basically, in everything I do, my mission is to guide immigrants, entrepreneurs, leaders to move from pressure to direction, through clarity, emotional intelligence, and conscious well-being. Because this is my journey, and it still is. I'm not, I still going in the journey, learning every day to move from pressure to go to direction. But apart from this beautiful way to introduce myself, and even I wanted that text, because I will use that, it's amazing. Apart from all of this, behind all of that, there is a woman that really, really early in her life learned the need to survive and to control. And I'm not going to tell you all my sad story, because we don't have the time. But what I want to share with you today is that the need of control and survive made me learn that the pressure was not only normal, but was necessary. So became my my cope mechanism. My cope mechanism was adding pressure. So I became really good at functioning. So I'm really good in adapting and achieving and performing. And I was there going and pushing through everything in my life. And while people are telling me, oh, you're so dedicated and there's so much courage and dedication and resilience behind the woman that could hold everything together, I was exhausted, emotionally, physically, and mentally. And really early in Brazil in my career, my background is project management. So at a really young age, I was managing projects for global companies in Brazil. I worked with artists. I work with maybe, you know, some of them, Exalta Samba, Tiaguinho, who likes a little bit of samba. I produced some of their DVDs and musical videos. So, but even though I loved what I did back home, I always felt that something was lacking, something was missing. So then I decided, my personal life was a little bit challenging at the moment. So I decided to, okay, maybe I'm going to run away. Going to go to Ireland. Why not? You know, let's just for a change. So I ran away, came to Ireland 12 years ago, hoping that all my problems would stay back home. You know, because I'm going to start from the scratch. Nobody knows who I am there. So that's it. So I came to Ireland with a lot of dreams. But I also, what was supposed to be starting from the scratch became another pressuring point. Because then when we're here, we need to survive, right? We need to learn a new language, adapt to a new culture. We needed to figure everything out. And also, I had to prove myself and others that I can do this. I can leave everything behind, finish a 10 years relationship, sell everything that I had, finish my career, a 15 years career, and just, no, I can do it. So I needed to prove myself and others that I can do it. And this was just what? Adding pressure. But it's a commonplace for me. I know how to live with pressure. I always did. So I just kept going. So here in Ireland, I did so many things. I work in cafes. Like first I needed to learn English. I came with no English at all. And I really struggled, really struggled to learn English. I learned, sometimes it doesn't work as well as we hope, but we are getting there, right? After that, I work in cafes, I sell shoes, I organized events. So I always tried the best that I could to be involved and to build connections. And then finally, I got the job that I always dreamed. So I was a project manager in an animation studio here in Ireland, making Netflix series. So sounds fun, right? I love it. I love it as well. However, again, the space of something is lacking, something is missing was there. And then COVID came. I think was a moment that many of us kind of refreshed and thought about, okay, what am I doing with my life? So I started going through a personal transformation journey where I did therapy, I did loads of experiences, and I started asking myself questions that I never asked because I was too busy surviving. What do I really like? What am I here for? What is my purpose? And look, I'm not saying purpose, that calling that people think. I'm just saying what I'm here for. I want to do something that really connects with what I believe. But what I actually believe, I don't know. I was too busy to think about what I believed. And it was in that moment then, after I did my career transitioning, so I went from the animation studio, I left, and then I started working as a coaching and as a mentor. And I stayed there for around 2-3 years. And then after that, I met Bruna, who is my business partner, and then was like, oh, now that's it. We're gonna build something that we believe, and let's work together. So we opened a year ago, and it's been one of the most challenging and rewarding journey I ever experienced. So, in between the Cachita, they arrived in Ireland without English. They ran away from her first interview, literally. I'm not joking. I ran away. I was sitting down. I couldn't understand anything that the guy said. I ran away, left crying, called my sister. I need to come back home. You're not going to come back home. You're going to stay there. That was it. That was happened. And funny fact is nowadays I deliver training for leaders in the same hotel. I did that interview. So it's really special all the time I walk in there. But between the Cachita to the Cachita that stands here today, a lot has changed. But there was one thing that didn't. The pressure. The pressure wasn't still there. The pressure to survive, the person to belong, the person to be loved, the pressure to be enough. Even though I'm working with something that I love, that I feel aligned and everything, but the pressure of achieving things. And while sometimes people come to me and say, oh, you're so confident. I'm having anxiety attacks and panic attacks. And while sometimes people come to me, or I see you so resilient, I was emotionally exhausted. And for me, it was so intense because I have a well-being business. And I have a well-being business having panic attack. Do you know? But because I learned to cope with pressure. So then, a couple of months ago, in 2023, I was diagnosed with burnout. So I was learning how to function again. And what I decided to do is, I asked myself, must be a different way. Because we are all here probably, you all at some point felt that as immigrants, we are here surviving. There is so much we need to handle. There's so much we need to do, right? We need to think about progressing our careers, and then we are focused on what's the connections, what do I need to do, what is this, and then there is that, and the pressure. You got used with the pressure because we learn how to adapt with the question. But what if there is another way? And this is becoming my life mission. Learn how to release the pressure. I was talking with some of you today, and then I met some people that maybe, Angela, I was trying to send her a message for 3 weeks, right? And then I was like, people ask me, how do you handle everything? I don't. The plates fall. That's it. And like, we cannot do everything. The plates will fall at some point. And what I say nowadays, I'm sorry, I cannot do it. Before I would be, no, let's go. I go even with, not being able to walk, seeing everything like embaçado, cloudy, blurry, seeing everything blurry, not even seeing who I'm talking to, but I'm there. Now I don't do this anymore. I just learn how to say no. And say no to myself. Because saying no to others, it's okay. But the problem is manage my own expectations based on other people's expectations as well. So now, let's go back to closing the eyes again. Just quick. Let's close your eyes really quick. And if you're not comfortable closing your eyes, it's fine. You can do this with your eyes open. Take a deep breath. Just breathe in, breathe out. And ask yourself, where in my life there is pressure? Where I'm making decisions based on the need to be loved, the need to belong, the need to succeed? Where I'm making decisions based on the fear? And allow yourself to receive some information. What are the people, situation that is adding pressure to my life right now? And once you have an answer, even if you don't have a clear answer, it's fine. I would like you to open your eyes. And then what I would like to do, we are here in a networking event, so we are here to talk to people. And the fun fact is, I think I wouldn't be where I am nowadays if it wasn't for the connections I built. And sometimes we are in an event like this thinking that it's all going to be about profession, right? We're going to build connections, it's going to be maybe an opportunity, and hopefully you will have that. But in these moments is that when you have a chance as well to build real connections, that maybe it's going to be somebody that's going to be a friend in the future, somebody that you can be vulnerable and go for help if you need. So what I'd like you to do is with the person beside you, if you find a pair or a trio, whatever is easier in where you are, just share a little bit. What is putting pressure? Where is your pressure point at the moment? Where in your life you are feeling pressure? So share with the person. We have around 4 minutes for this, and I will bring you back now.
adoraria, mas tô aqui. Eu tô sob impressão.
Ai, meu Deus, tá trabalhando.
Agora sim.
Two more minutes. E aí, o papo tá bom? Oh, I forgot it's in English. Is everybody okay? Can we come back? It's good to talk a little bit about that, isn't it? Sometimes we're just holding all together for us, not sharing with anyone else. And the good thing is, when you're talking to somebody, when you're sharing, what happens? Did you find similarities? We find similarities, we release a little bit, we talk, because otherwise it's just there and your body is feeling every single thing, is keeping every single thing. And then we don't understand why sometimes I'm having headaches all the time, back pain all the time, like there, because our body is a big, big oracle that is keeping all our life information. And the good thing is as well, when we listen, like the point is, if you don't share, you don't listen. And if you don't listen, you're also not listening to yourself. Slides. And then when you don't listen, pressure becomes identity. Because this has happened with me as well. I was so on the go, on the focus, that I was not listening to anyone, nothing, not even myself. Not listening the cues that my body was giving me. Me waking up 2, 3 a.m. in the morning, thinking about things that I had to do, that I had to say. This is not normal, guys. We should be able to have a good night's sleep. We need to stop normalizing the bad things that is happening to us because it's life. It's because it's just a moment. It will pass. It's because until I find that job, when I find the job, everything is going to be sorted. When I build the company of my dreams, it's fine. I became the worst boss I ever had for me. This is actually what happened. And then when we stop listening, what happened is over time we stop asking ourselves, what do I really want? Because the truth is, I came here with a goal to find a job in my career, right? In the project management, this is what I want, that's it. And maybe if I haven't had stopped to ask the question back then, I would probably be pursuing a career that no longer made sense to me. And sometimes we came with the idea of the career we want to pursue, and we have our plans, and we are talking a little bit about that earlier. We have so many plans and so many goals. We don't give space for life surprising us. We don't give space to anything else because I have the plan. I know better. I know everything. And then I don't ask, everybody's going to a direction, everybody's rushing. Is this my pace? Is this what I really want? How I'm feeling today? How many of you woke up today asked, how am I feeling today? We don't. We just go into the autopilot, surviving. And what I learned in a really hard way is that pressure may help us to achieve some things, but there's a high cost. Maybe we get results, we get the feeling of achievement, but we are disconnecting from ourselves. And at one time, there is a thing we say in Portuguese, don't know if it makes sense in English, but I believe all of you will understand. The bill comes. Do you know? A conta chega. There is no other way, right? Conta chega is mais legal, né? It's more cool. I like it. So the bill will come. And if you're not present enough to observe and to acknowledge, because to be true, like the pressure is going to be part, especially if it's your cope mechanism like it is for me. Maybe it's not yours. Maybe you have other cope mechanism. But if it's the pressure, it's not. She's not going to disappear. She's there. It's like a ghost in a ear, you know, saying, you need to do more. No. Then I'm putting my value just things that I achieve. Because if I don't achieve, if I don't succeed, if I don't do, who am I? What am I here for? This is the lies we keep telling ourselves. Marion, can you put the other slide? How do I know that I'm moving from pressure or direction? So pressure asks, how do I keep going? Do you know the moments that we are trying to handle everything, all the plates, family, career, relationship, friends, expectations from our families back home, and then you're trying to handle everything and you're just, but how do I keep going this? How do I need to do this? How? You're in the how, in the operation mode. So if you are too much time thinking on the how, there is a huge potential that you are moving from pressure. I'm not saying the how, the strategy, because we all need a strategy. But when the strategy comes from alignment, when it comes from direction, shouldn't be too hard. I was giving an example for Renata today that I always use. Do you know a champagne bottle? We have a champagne bottle. There's pressure in that champagne bottle. And there is the cork, I think is the name. The cork that holds the pressure. So if you shake it and you blow, you say like pop, I don't know how to say that, the pressure will be released. This is the type of pressure we need. It's the pressure that brings us outside, that brings us to life, that brings us into the direction we want to go. Now, if you have a pressure from the cork that is pressing you down, do you know you cannot move, there is no flow, there is just the self-criticism, the guilt, whatever it is that we're going to be talking a little bit about that shortly. If you're there with that pressure, it's not sustainable. You're not gonna survive inside that bottle for too long. So direction asks where I am going. So it's not only about how should I do or what should I do in order to keep everything together, but where I'm going. And is this aligned with who I am and with what I like and what I believe? And maybe you don't have the answers. I didn't have I have 40 years old. I probably didn't have most of those questions up to my 37. So maybe we don't have the answers, but it's about start asking yourselves. And yeah, you can go. So, without direction, you're not able to lead yourself. Without self-leadership, there is no sustainable leadership. And why I'm saying that? Because when you go out there, I do leadership for organizations. I do leadership training for many organizations. And what we see this, and not only with the leaders that work in companies, but clients that I have, entrepreneurs, business owners, we have a lot of capable people that know how to lead projects, that know how to perform, that know how to manage people, but they don't know how to lead themselves. And the truth is, there's no good leadership if you don't lead yourself first. How many of you have experience working with somebody, with a leader, with a manager that drove you crazy or was the reason you left our organization? Many of us have experienced that. Like there is a say that we say in companies that people don't leave companies, they leave bad leader. And what makes a leader a good leader is their level of awareness, because it's just through direction, clarity, is you're able to lead. And here we have another slide, with some data, some information. So this is not just me talking. So some research shows that this is happening everywhere. So 71% of leaders report increases of stress. So 71% of leaders are saying that they are getting in a stress level, and 55% are concerned of burning out. And burnout is something that is really serious. And there is a reason many organizations are losing leaders and employees. But the other fact is there is a research, there is a TED Talk that talks self-awareness research. And in this research, the scientist that did this study, she interviewed many people. From the interview, 95% of those people said, I am self-aware. I know me. I know my strengths. I know my weakness. I know all about me. But the fact is, based on this study, that only 10 to 15% were actually self-aware. And this is the gap that happens. If we don't look for ourselves, if we don't work in our self-awareness, it's going to impact our level of clarity, our decision-making, our productivity levels, and will impact in our level of stress, anxiety, pressure, and so on, so on, so on. So now, what I'd like you to discuss with your colleague is, okay, Kachita, I'm listening to you. We're talking about we cannot go from pressure. We need direction. We need self-awareness. So another slide there, Marion, por favor. Oh, go to another one, and I'll come back to this. No, another one. Yes, that's it. How do we lead from pressure instead of direction? What do you think changes when you stop leading from pressure? So talk with the person that is beside you a little bit about, okay, so how do I lead myself from alignment, from direction, instead from the survival mode? Even thinking about the situations that you discussed before. You know, your pressuring points. How can you make decisions not based on these pressures? And what do you think changes when you stop leading from pressure? When you stop, when I say leading, making your decisions, leading yourself, leading your life, leading your career. Because sometimes I'm trying to make a career decision just based on the fear about something, or because I need to prove something to somebody, this is pressure. And look, I'm not saying that we need sometimes to do and work in things that we don't love because we need to pay the bills. This is life reality. But what are you doing to change that? Then this is the pressure and direction you're talking about. So talk 4 minutes with the person beside you. How can you lead from direction instead of pressure? And what do you think will change once you start leading from direction and not pressure? 4 minutes. Any questions? Do you understand what you need to do? Yeah? Good. Difícil, né? Sem pressão, né? Sem pressão. Ah, legal. Posso falar? I know there is some people, you guys can keep discussing. I'm talking just with the camera. Because, that's it. So you guys on the live stream, if you want to add on the chat box your answers, would give us some insights, would be lovely. Esquecemos da live. Aí, Marião, depois pode voltar para o outro slide que eu esqueci dele. Já deixei para esquecer. Aí depois... Tá de boa? Que horas são? Que horas você falou que eu podia terminar? 15, tá bom. Eu já estou quase no final já, que agora eu já vou para as dicas. Two more minutes. Okay. Start wrapping up your discussions. So, how was that? I was thinking about how to make decisions from direction or pressure. Easy, hard? How's so? Anyone would like to share what is your insight or strategy? Because I would like to maybe cop on, do you know? Anyone? No, you're too shy? Okay. Yay, I love it.
We were just discussing that, but we were just thinking what could be the solution for that? Because it's a question very like, it's complicated, right? So I was thinking that maybe when you are not moving from pressure, but from direction, you can see more clarity and more, and like acting in a way that it's like more, how can I say, like productive for yourself. So finding the real solutions to what your goal is, because otherwise you're gonna have so much, your mind is gonna be full of like fears. So all those fears, all those pressures are just occupying your mind. And so you don't have the clarity because the solutions are actually there and you can find them with the direction.
Yes, that's it. This is the spirit.
Yes. Well done. Try to apply now. It's very difficult to apply, but I will try my best. Thank you so much.
And look, it's not an easy task, right? Like it is something that we need to practice and to train ourselves. Because if you think about it, our body and our brain, it's an amazing thing. But we learn through repetition. So our cope mechanisms that we have developed so far happens because happened once, happened twice, happened 3 times, and then your body and your brain, oh yeah, this is how we work, and that's it. So we need to teach and train our brain to think differently so we can behave differently, and then becomes a new way to cope and to live. And this is what I am doing, training my brain every day when things are falling apart to keep that direction. And the point here is exactly what you said, is through direction that we have clarity. If you think about innovation, if you think about creativity, you know, even Einstein, what happened when he figured out the theory was he was resting. He was not there in the road working. He took a step back, rest, and this is when we have the aha moments, the ideas. This is why it's so important that when you feel the pressure, because when you are in the pressure, what's happening is your whole body, mind, everything is trying to survive. So it's not going to find a solution different from the ones you already have. So when then you create that space is when you're like, oh, okay, so let me step backwards and look at my life, observe, or do a breathing exercise. Do anything, go to Anu. There's many classes there. You know, we can help with that. Some selling. No, I'm kidding. But it's true, it's things that you can do in your house. You don't need anything. It's breathing, be present, looking at the window, looking at the tree, hug a tree. I know it can sound crazy for somebody, but I love it. So hug a tree and that's it. There is information here from the World Economic Forum Future of Jobs report, 2025, that says that leadership, social influence, resilience, flexibility, agility, and motivation, self-awareness remain the essential human-centric skills in the middle of technology and change. I know we are living in a technological era. Everything is happening so fast, but yet we need the human skills. And if you don't look for yourself first, and you're trying to be a leader, you're trying to be effective in your job, you're trying to perform, you're trying to find a good solution to solve a problem for an organization, I'm sorry to tell you, organizations now are doing emotional intelligence tests to hire people because they believe the hard skills we can teach, but having somebody who knows how to manage pressure, to deal with change, and to build relationship with people is much harder than teach how to use a software, for example. So meaning here, putting the spotlight on you, spend time on asking you those questions. Can you jump 2 slides? Yeah, so here I have some tips. So we start going to our final part. So the shifts that change the way I lead and perform and live. And this is something that I do every day. And all the time, I need to remind myself that I know those things. So first thing is from self-pressure to self-awareness. Stop self-criticism. Oh man, we are so hard on ourselves. We are never good enough. Our English is not good enough. I never did enough. We are so hard on us. Be kind. Treat yourself like would you treat your best friend. and break your guilting patterns. Because I'm guilty that I'm guilty that I didn't do it. I'm guilty because my family is out there. I'm guilty because my friend didn't get the job. I got the job. Man, it's a lot of pressure. Guilt and self-criticism are the worst enemies you can have in your personal and professional journey. If you don't learn how to be kind with you, if you don't learn to recognize your strengths, the good, amazing things that you have. Yeah, we had bad things. Yes, we do have. But we have amazing things as well, sorry. And then we are focused on the things that we are not great and forgetting the things that we are great. Anyone relates? O chicotinho, the whip is really hard on our backs, and then we don't understand why we have back pain. That's the reason, okay? Then second thing, from fear to self-trust. Not letting fear making the decisions and recognize my own journey. This is something that is really important to me because, as I mentioned, I learned from early ages because many things that happen in my life to control and to survive. So fear became my best friend. And I realized that I was making decisions all the time through fear. Fear of not having, fear of the lack of something, fear of not being seen, loved, recognized. So all the time now that I want to make a decision, I ask myself, where is this decision coming from? From a need, from a fear, for a true desire of making that thing happen. And also being able to recognize your journey, because you experienced so many things before you came to Ireland, but suddenly here we just becomes invisible. It's like, I know I'm amazing, but I cannot express that. And then I forget that I'm amazing. And then I don't look my story. I don't look my own journey and own it. How many obstacles you have gone through to be here? And how often you're forgetting that you overcame already so many things. Then from control to integration. Letting go of my fixed identity and connecting with my body in the process. And this connects a little bit what I said to me before. Do you know these ideas that we have about ourselves? Because I am anxious, I am controlling, I am this. We love labeling us, right? We love labeling us. We love a label, especially if it's negative. Do you know, especially if it's something that says something bad about me. Oh, I'm getting it. Stick it here in my back. This is what normally we do. So we need to challenge our fixed mindset about things. We need to stop saying, because I don't know, I'm not good at this, no, I'm anxious, I'm whatever. And here when I'm saying anxious, guys, I'm not talking about clinical diagnosis. I'm just talking about the anxiety that normally we use, okay? And connect with your body. Your body is talking to you all the time. Our body is our oracle. So ask your body, what do I want here? How I'm feeling here? Create a relationship with yourself. Because if you don't create a relationship with yourself, the bill comes. A conta chega. Any questions before we wrap up? Any questions regarding pressure, direction, or anything at all? Or anyone would like to say anything before we finish? Do I have time for one last thing? Jump 2 slides. Yes. And I think this is the last tool I want to leave with you today. So this is from a book called The 7 Habits of High Successful People. It's a book I refer a lot because I love it. I think it's worth a read to learn how to lead your life. And in this book, the author talks about we operate in 2 circles. So we have the circle of concern and the circle of influence. The circle of concern are things that we cannot control in life. What are the things we cannot control? Give me an example. Weather, other people. What else? We cannot control anything that is external to us, right? This is interesting. I'm going to get there. So now, we cannot control other people's behaviors, reactions, and the external situations or environments. Now, the circle of influence are the things we can control. What is the thing we can control? Yeah, because I forgot that the answer is there, guys, as well. No, it's okay. Ourselves, because you know what I'm doing. Oh, anyway, let me come back here. So the only thing we can control is ourselves. And then you mentioned that, but maybe we cannot control our thoughts. We can train to change our thoughts patterns. But we can, even though sometimes we cannot control our thoughts and feelings, you can control how you're going to respond to those. So for everything that is happening in your life, and if you want to start moving from pressure to direction, this is the question to ask. What can I control in this situation? Because I'm sorry to tell you, if you cannot control, you're just draining your energy. Like we are doing here, putting all the energy, this is what you're doing. You're just wasting your energy when you should be focused on things you can control. So if there's one thing I'd like to take here from today, is always asking yourself, what can I control? And what do I really want in that situation? Thank you very much. I was not as fancy to put the QR code, so I didn't put the QR code, but here there is the arrobas, I don't know, the ats, I don't know how to say this in English, but my connections on Instagram, LinkedIn from myself and from the business as well. And if anyone wants to connect, I have some cards. If you want a card, just come and approach me. And it was lovely seeing you guys. Sorry.
Have a great for you. Wow. So many thoughts now. Self-awareness, what a beautiful place, isn't it? And scary as well. Just remember a saying. It's a free translation, okay? I read this in Portuguese. To the flaws, the right place. Which means, Katita says, I'm a pressure person, so now I know how to handle this, and I teach how to do it. To the flaws, the right place. Learning. Success becomes difficult to sustain when mental health, belonging, and emotional well-being are left behind. Our final speaker brings together decades of corporate experience, exactly you, sir, and psychotherapy practice support individuals and communities through challenges connected to identity, stress, neurodiversity, mental health, and life transition. Please welcome Dermot McCarthy.
Hello all. Well, hey. Okay, here we go. All right, if we stay well over there. Come in the stand in the middle. Good stuff. Well, I was here last year, and I must say the atmosphere was astounding. I couldn't believe. Honestly, as an Irish man, and actually the first person, I'm going to speak nice and slow, because we Irish speak very fast. Okay. If I do speak up or I will slow down. Anyway, but Taddy, hello, Beatrice, going to sign out, and Marianne, who are you back there, part of our Voice in Our Journey Therapy Centre. We've got a lovely therapist, Taddy, who is from Brazil, a lovely country. And she recommended I go here. And I came. And she said, I'm so sorry, Dermot, I forgot to tell you that most will be Portuguese. And I said, no problem at all. I'll just walk in there and have no problem. But everybody's, and I was like, oh, shh. Okay. What will I do? But came upstairs and everybody's speaking English, which is grand. But I noticed the energy, the positivity, and I was talking to a few people here during the day. When I was growing up in this country, oh my God, it really has changed. But I remember I would have to emigrate to the United Kingdom or USA because of I wanted to come to my identity, and also I started being an accountant and there was no jobs. No jobs. I'm glad I didn't emigrate because those two countries are a bit, well, I'm backwards. But I noticed the people who come to my country and you're enhancing the country and adding to the country, it's such, made me immensely proud to be an Irish person, an Irish man. And if you ever come across anybody in this country who says you shouldn't be here, you're taking our jobs, tell them to thank you. And be well aware that there's a lot of Irish people in this country that welcome you, and you enhance it, the energy, what you enrich. We in the Therapy Centre, Inner Voice, Inner Journey, have people from all around the world. And we support many people from every nationalities, many people, gender, sexualities. We support humanity. And that is why it's so fantastic to be part of here as well. So I'm going to ask you all, how long have you been in Ireland? Those who've just arrived, law pursues. That means put your hands up. Oh. In Ireland now. Just arrived. No. How long are people here? 5 years? 10 years? 5 years? 10 years? Wow. 12 years? Oh, she's sure more Irish. Is it 20 years? 18? 16 years? Have we got a prize in the house? Okay. Wow, 16 years. And for all yous, why did you choose Ireland to come? Open up to all yous. Why did you choose, I want to come to Ireland? And you can tell me, be honest, the good and the bad, why did you choose Ireland? English, yeah. Work and study, easy to get a visa, fantastic. And what is that? What's that? Oh, in Europe, absolutely. Fantastic. And over on this side, very quiet over there. Cheaper. Wait, was that 20 years ago? Fair point, right? Fair point. 20 years ago, it was cheaper. And honestly, I'm probably the last generation of Irish people to buy a home. You know, and all people, I'm saying Irish people, everybody in this, it was really different. There's a lot. We were talking about finance later on, because I used to be an accountant. I didn't mention that. Yeah. I used to be an accountant. Yeah, 20 years. And got a knockback in my career and a knockback in my mental health. But it was the best thing that ever happened to me. So that's, I relate to is all about coming to a country, being a feeling on the outside. Because I'm a member of the LGBT plus community, and also I'm neurodiverse. And in a voice in a journey, we support both communities as well as the American communities. So I felt always on the outside of growing up in this country, lovely Irish Catholic Ireland. It was great. But by going to therapy, I found who I was. I fully connected who I was. I love what I do. I love being a mental health professional. So I understand, and I worked with people in my current role as clinical director, as a therapist, but I also remember when I was a wellness coach, I had many, many people who came from all around the world, and I was astounded at what... Whoa! Behave. Right. I was astounded what people were up against in their own countries, but the level of education, incredible. So the next slide there, please. I was doing research, and I'm actually astounded. Here's my lovely accountancy coming in handy, and I love the figures still to this day. But that's quite 4 and 5 migrant people who come to another country, are experiencing mental, which is understandable. Like it makes sense, but it's still shocking that there may be severe or just suffer from anxiety, because like, lovely speaker at the end, love the positivity, right? And that's why I love working particularly with Brazilian people, the positivity, spirituality. But what you've come to a country, from another country, you're setting up, who spoke English when you came to Ireland? Who spoke English? A little bit. What was it like? See, I'm stuttering. Go on, something. A nightmare. But how did you do it? Somebody share, like this, mimicking. I could because I love Norway. I'm actually going to holidays in about a week's time, and I love that country of connection. But the Norwegian language, it just makes no sense to me, obviously because I'm not fluent. So I can only imagine what it was like for people to come here. The stress and strain of coming here must have been such a challenge if you didn't know the language. And particularly we in Ireland speak very fast. So I don't know how you all did it. One person I know who I used to work with when I was a wellness coach, they learned with the cleaning ladies. The cleaning ladies, yeah. They worked with the cleaning ladies, the people who cleaned the desks, and they worked, yeah. And they learned English from there. Who remotes works, by the way? Who works online? Anybody work online? Lavasies, yeah. Yeah. There you go, another shocking one. People who are 66% burnout. So if you're working online, are people self-employed? Right. Are people working with corporates? They're self-employed. Working organizations? Who's in between jobs? Who's looking for a job? Yep. Be there, wore the t-shirt. No, exactly. But all of them have all stresses. You all have complete utter stresses. And there's such a lot of people working from their home countries in foreign lands. You all have stresses and you all need to look after your mental health. And that is why I'm here to pass on my experience. When I lost my job as an accountant, it was the best thing that ever happened to me because I suffer from depression, but I built myself up. The whole world was continuing on, but Darren McCarthy was at home and he lost his job and didn't know what he was going to do. And one morning he woke up dark-clad. So Darren had the bravery all those years ago to go to a therapist and pick himself up. But when COVID came, bloody COVID, the whole world fell apart. But Dermot was able to pass on skills and knowledge to the people coming to him. So that's what I want to do here today. Next slide, great. Yes. Culture shock. Anything else? Language was one. What else did you find about Ireland that was such a culture shock? And I know which one you're going to say. I know exactly which one you're going to say. As an Irish person, even today, the weather was doing my head in, right? The weather, culture shock, right? English, anything else? Thank you for honesty. Food. Food, yes. Good or bad? Bad. Right. It's got the better hands. I'm not picking at you, right? Food, that's the other one I heard. Anything else? Come on, share. It's okay. Yes. Yes. Nice. Because if you're direct, you're rude. I hear you. Brilliant. This is all the culture shocks. Because in your country, you're probably more direct. And I used to get told off, I'm too direct in my country because I'm autistic and I'm very direct. Oh, Italia, love us. So you have, yeah, more of a culture shock. Right. You haven't named the public transport. Has it got a bit better? You can't talk about Rome now. If you're from Rome, you can't talk. Don't you talk to me about it. No. Not of a shock. Oh. Even I was skipping over that. That is so important. The health system. The health system. It really is. I know a person that works he's from the Ukraine, the sender. He goes to Ukraine. He goes back to Ukraine. So that's the other thing you're doing, which is shocking. And thanks for that. Loneliness and isolation. Yep. I say you're all very open and honest, and I feel like asking the question, who's going to a therapist? Who's going to a therapist? Thank you. Open. Wonderful. Hello there. You're all so open, which was brilliant. We're getting better in this country, but that's one of the things, loneliness and isolation. I remember myself waking up one morning and going, I feel like after losing my job, because that was my identity. My job identity was the accountant. So when I lost that, I had no one to talk to, No, all my friends were still going to jobs. And loneliness hit me. And the isolation. Isolation is, which do you think is worse, loneliness or isolation? They're very complementary, yeah. Yep, absolutely. Now, this is what one or two people who have come to me, and I relate to that. Therapist, Erickson, identity crisis, right? Massive. 2 people I work with. Massive. I'm thinking of them now. They're both not from Brazil, from other parts of the world. Massive. They feel like they don't belong. They really feel like they don't. Here in Ireland is the road of the welcoming. It welcomes everybody. Open arms, we welcome here. Not the case for some people. You probably, you can be direct with me. But that's the thing. They left, they didn't fit into their own country, they came to Ireland, and they felt on the outside again. There's a massive identity crisis with them. And a great conversation with people, which I'll pass on how they connect. It's about connecting with yourself, by the way. When you connect fully with who you are, what you're meant to be on this planet, you can excel in anything. You touched on the last one, was great. Burnout, people, Brazilian, please, what are you doing? 24 hours working. What are you up to? Is that true? Some people have told me that. Is your culture very, like, well, Italians, we'll talk Brazil. Unbelievable. Yeah, does it come from the American culture? Because I couldn't believe, and I said, when do you slow down? When do you take time off? When you see... That's probably the case, yeah. But I couldn't believe it. It's like a robot. You're going to burn out eventually. One or two people have come into me, sat in front of me, and they're completely burnt out. Yeah, because is there a pressure, and I see this with one or two people, is there a pressure on people who come to this country from your country, or you have to exceed, you have to exceed, you have to exceed, you have to exceed, you have to exceed. How's body's attitude toward failure? Failure. Oh, yeah, people who are, a long time. Yeah, I hated failure, but I love it. But that's when I seen the pressure. And the sad thing about when I was remembering this, and we have this culture in Ireland, people had to emigrate. In the 50s, a lot of people emigrated from Ireland and went to London, and particularly men who were single, who didn't make it, wouldn't come home. They would stay homeless in London for fear of the shame of going back home. So I don't know if you see this, you don't have to share it, it's very sensitive, but I see that when people are coming, the pressure. Oh, I have to exceed, I have to exceed. I have to do it. I came to this country and somebody came with me and now they've bought a house and I haven't. And, it's just so much pressure. So much pressure, which is totally understandable. Next slide, please, yeah. Yes. Oh, I love this one. Yeah, I just came across this one. I love it. Who's in the honeymoon period? Nobody. Brilliant. No. Who's in the frustration period? It's over. Somebody's talking about downstairs. The rainbows. And I come to Ireland. The rainbows. I hear you. The honeymoon period. Frustration. Frustration, but you don't have to say it. It's probably very challenging. But this is the stages. And I forgot, I went to another country years ago, Australia, many Irish people went. I went there for 1.5 years, now longer than people here. But I had the honeymoon phase. I'm in Australia, Sydney, brilliant. I'm going to gay Mecca, yay, brilliant. Went to gay Mecca in Sydney and all the clubs are shitholes, pardon my French. And I was gutted. I was absolutely gutted. Then, who was at the adjustment phase? Because I did it. Adjustment, just to the culture. Sure, grand, the weather is really bad, but I get lovely money. Are you all at the adjustment? Yeah. Acceptance phase? Yeah. Pass it on. How did you do it? But you go to, this was brilliant because I related to my own journey as well. And then I related to people I work with. And then I was talking, I'm laughing over this, but I was a wellness coach for a certain project, a large multinational. And a lot of young people would be coming to me. So when they were starting their job, they'd be like, oh, yay, brilliant. I'm in a honeymoon phase. I love this company. It's great. And then certain things were going wrong in the company. Frustration kicked in. I want to leave. And then adjustments, which I was helping them with, is what do you want to do outside the corporate? Because many people were coming, masters in economics, masters in secretary, master, and they're doing basic jobs. So the adjustment phase, I was telling them all, find what you would love to do. These young people, find what you love to do. Make a plan. If it's costly, that's your goal. Because that's what I did. I worked in the corporate world for 20 years, and eventually I was coming to a stage of going, this is not for me. And if you don't like going into your role as your company and you don't like it, it's going to affect your mental health. It's going to erode and eat at it. Eat away. And that's what happened with young people as well. When I see them, they get ecstatic. I'm in this country. I've got a lovely job, more money than my home country. But suddenly the company does something and sends them over the edge a little bit. So focusing on their purpose. And I tell them, I've been in the corporate world, you're only a number. You're only a number. You're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And one day the company, because that's the business world, will go 1, 2, 3, 4, you're gone. So it's all about that, and that's what they accepted, having a purpose, why they came to Ireland, why they worked in this company, what they really are passionate about. And it's great when some people were coming into me and said, you'll make a great therapist. Yeah, it's lovely to see that. They come in and one person challenged me, oh, you say that to everyone. I said, no, I don't. I see, and they got somebody from Turkey come running back into me saying, thank you for saying that, because when I was in Turkey, somebody said, I will not make a good therapist. Next one there. Remote work. You're not on the remote work, but if you are, it is very important, and people might be working with therapists and all that. Isolation. I think it's great working at home. Brilliant. During the COVID times, it was great at the start, but then you could see the deterioration going down with people. So it's very important. If you are working at home full time, because that's like the burnout statistics, you think you're great, but you slow. Some people started, their work life was turning into their personal life. So they would start turning up in their pajamas when they were working. Basic stuff, but it'll start fuzzing the boundaries, really, and eventually they'll be going, I hate this. I hate this job. I hate it. But there's ways of doing it. So next one there, yeah. Toolkit. We've all talked about this. Yes, I heard these lovely conversations, but you all have it. Just come to me saying, every single one of you in this room have this self-care toolkit that you probably don't realize you have. You probably lost along the way. You're probably put down in your jobs. You're probably put down with people, whatever. But you all have the ability, when the tough gets tough and the going, whatever that expression is, that song, that you pick yourself up. It's very important that you do have really, you've listened to some wonderful speakers. I saw them online as well. I saw previously, it was wonderful. That's the energy, what we want to pass on to you. People who come from the other countries, set up here, wonderful. People I work with, wonderful, wonderful. You all have it. You all have it. Sometimes I feel like I'm a parrot repeating it over and over and over again. But there's some people in this room who probably haven't heard about this. The self-care toolkit. Question for you all. Do you think self-care is selfish? Not anymore. I like it. I love it. If you do, don't worry. That's the journey, because that's what mine and the classic people pleaser. That was my journey, to turn that around, that I am looking after myself. It is self-care. It is not selfish. 100%. I learned that in therapy. So next one, we go for. Oh, these are little methods that people use. The stop method that I was talking to, the 5-minute morning, because you're probably all rushing and going and working and have to work 24 hours. No, okay, you're not right. Work. If I don't work, I'll lose my job. If I don't do this, but take time to sit down and breathe. Do people use meditation apps, guided apps? And I'm a therapist, I can't stand them. Just because some people, my people I work with, they do use it. They use the guided Calm. Some corporate gave them Calm free subscriptions. Free subscriptions for Calm, which is wonderful. I found when I was studying to be a therapist, it was just wrecking my head. I'm neurodiverse, so it was really doing my head in. But I found listening to water. Who loves nature? You're all from Brazil, you must love it. Yes. I love the sound of water. It relaxes me. I love the sound in nature. It relaxes me. I love walking in nature in silence, and that relaxes me. Incredible. God, apps do work for people. So go for the next one there. Who likes a routine? Yeah. When I was going in between jobs, these are all, like I had a fantastic routine. So if you're in between jobs looking for a job, you need to have a wonderful routine. Somebody said to me, Dermot, when I was unemployed, they said, Dermot, you're the most active unemployed person we've ever met. I went, what? But I had a routine. And remember, if you're looking for a job, that is a full-time job. Remember that. Equally, when you're in employment, you need this routine. Who takes their breaks? Who takes their time out? Who takes their self-care? Who snucks off at 5 p.m. and goes home? Probably none of us. I'm joking. I'm not looking at you. But you need to be looking after yourself. So who's a morning person? Wonderful. What do you do in the morning? I'm not. Do you get up in a routine, everything's light, and go for a jog, go for a run? Yeah, well, you can probably do that. But you need to know what are your morning or evening or some person and get into a routine. Some people's routine, I'm 9 to 5, I'm very structured, that suits me. Some people, let's say, who are dominant ADHD that work with me, they have the routine very differently. Have to know when they need to switch off. When they need to switch off and put in your self-care techniques. It's so, so important. That awareness, because I remember I'm self-employed and I have a passion, and I still love it to this day. No disrespect to anybody who is an accountant. It's a wonderful profession, but it's not for me. But I remember when I started studying and working and being a therapist, I remember I was working on the passion, go. I remember I was working until midnight or 1 p.m. And I was going, that's not going to work for me. Because I was absolutely wrecked the next day. So I had an awareness, my stop. Sometimes I go to 12. Sometimes. But mine is 11. Some people I work with can work until 2 p.m. Get up, no problem. In the morning. They're amazing. Some people get up at 6 a.m. 6 a.m. So you need to know what suits you best, what routine. If the job is working for you, you can fit in a routine, fantastic. Next one there. Oh. Boundaries. Who's good at boundaries? Yes, we have somebody. Yes. Who can say no? Who can say no if there's pressure put on you from your personal life or your work life? Who can say no? Not easy, but it's very, very important that you do be capable of being able to say no. Technology, great, wonderful, but people, iPhones, yeah. People in the morning, if you want to admit, I did it sometimes, get up in the morning, get on the iPhone, before you know it, you're scrolling away. So you have to be mindful of technology. It is a wonderful tool, it is fantastic, but you can get sucked into it very easily and get completely burnt out. Yes, be mindful as well with people. That is the biggest thing I pass on to people, how to say no. You can say no a variety of different ways. And probably if you're direct with people, people might think you're rude, but that's their stuff. But saying no is very important to your own mental health. Go for it. Social circle. You're in a foreign country. I did that many years ago when I was in Australia. No, I didn't go to the Irish bar. Jesus, Mary and Joseph, I saw it. No. I was lucky enough to have Irish friends over there and was able to connect with them. But it's very important that you don't lose connection with your home country. Very important. Where do people go out in Brazil and Dublin? Is it Dicey's? Is that it? Is it? Somebody said that to me. Is it true? Is it? I don't know. But you're doing it here. Look what you're doing here as well. Fantastic. You've all turned up. Everybody here. This is so wonderful for your own mental health and to keep the connection. Because you talk about food, right? So sometimes the food is awful here. Yeah, I got you. But you need to still have that connection with your home country. You may there may be something in that country you want to leave behind, but you still need to have a connection with your home country. It's so important. I did that, I know it was a year and a half away, but it was just amazing. I'll always remember on Christmas Day, no, it was actually St. Stephen's Day, and it was 18 degrees. It was the coldest day on record for Australia. And for the first time in our 1.5 years away in a foreign country, all of us were sitting on the couch going, it was so cold, it was awful, and we felt homesick. Yeah, 18 degrees, I know. But we felt homesick, but we had each other to comfort each other. Because we can't hop on a plane and go all the way back to Ireland, but we had the support of each other. And somebody had Taser crisps. You know Taser crisps? Best thing ever. So very important, maintain home ties, but also build new connections here in your own country. I know us Irish are very clannish and bit. Yeah, okay. But there's ways of breaking through, and it's not drinking or anything else, but there's ways. People have joined the Dublin Frontrunners, a club I used to be a member of, and they have got a variety of people around the world. And they got connected with Irish people. So it's very important to maintain your home ties, and very important that you build a connection in Ireland. Next one there, go for it. Oh, time zones. Nobody works differently. Everybody works just managing. If you're working online, make sure your time suits you, your meetings are scheduled correctly, everything else. Because this is exhausting. Working online can be quite exhausting. Go for the next one there. These are the basics. This is when I feel like I'm a parrot. I'm talking about this. This is probably one of the most important slides, right? This is one of the most important slides. Who exercises? Law of Zeus. Yes, brilliant. Who runs? Fantastic. Running in nature? Fantastic. Brilliant. Exercise, particularly people when a lot of people come to me and love me all their runners, but you go to a gym and all that, exactly, walking. But it's very important that you move your exercise through this. I remember like when I was working in corporate and I was really challenging some of the corporate I was seeing around, a lot of redundancies, I was picking up the energy. The negative energy was coming to me. By running in nature, it was releasing me. Eating well, fantastic. Go for it. Sleep. Now, there's always a debate about this. 8 hours is sufficient. For me, I need 8 hours, but some people might need 4 or 5. They can work on it, yes. No. And this is what I love doing with people who come to my country. I tell them to explore. Who's been outside Dublin? Please say you have. Right. Not that many. Over there. Who's been outside Dublin? Brilliant. Where have you been? Donegal. Wow, I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting traditional Glendalough. Right? But this is what really has helped a lot of people when they come to my country, and I can explain and share where they go. Particularly, they love nature. I was talking about spirituality with people here. People who come from Brazil, particularly, have wonderful spirituality. You can be, it's not just religion, it's spirituality. Spirituality connected with nature is wonderful. And you've come to the right country to connect with your spirituality. Connecting with nature in this country is immensely healing. Many people from your country have said that to me. I'm into shamanic as well. That's energy. So a lot of people, I remember I was working with one person in Brazil, astounding. Shared with me what their own techniques were. It was just wonderful. So all around Ireland, there's wonderful sites to see. It's a small country we have, but it is so important that you explore the country, you begin to fall in love with it, and you feel it's like home, your second home. So very important. Go for the next one. Yes, I'm delighted that most people, yeah, you reached for help. You're with your mental health professional, your therapist. It is so vital to know when you want to for support for your mental health. If you've got a good therapist, wonderful, fantastic. Maybe in Brazil, or maybe somebody, here's my plug, Inner Voice in the Journey. We've got wonderful people who speak Portuguese. There you go. Right. But it's when to find support. If you're going working in a company, take advantage of the EAP, Employee Assistance Program. It was a great introduction for some people who weren't aware that their company offered EAP, 6 sessions free, introductions to therapy, amazing. Because they will be paying, could be €600 to go to a therapist here in Ireland for 6 sessions. So if you're in a corporate company, have a look at plan to look at their EAP service. Have a look at if you have VHI, medical expenses, you can claim back. Just financial burden to help you all. Next one there. Yes, some employers here in this country are good and some are not so good. So have a look at those benefits they have. Do you support mental health? Do you do flexible hours? Have all that. Make sure, what do you do to support Brazilian days? Stuff like that. Because many companies are beginning to do that now to recognize their staff from all around the world. Next one there. So you toolkit and take a little picture of that. Yes, they're lovely little things. Brilliant. That's your self-care toolkit. Take it away. Have that. Take a photograph. Make your own one up, because you all have it inside of you. 100%. You can all look after yourself. Next one there. Oh, you've all taken, yep, I'll take away. Yep, brilliant. So there you go, a lovely picture of the West of Ireland. Isn't it gorgeous? Amazing. So you mentioned here Thrive as well. So there's victim, survive, and thrive. Sounds a bit you're all thriving. Whoa, there you go. Always remember you have this wonderful self-care toolkit. So thank you all. Sinead, right? Thank you all. Oh.
Thank you very much, Dermot. There's a gift for you. I could be here listening to him for hours. Thanks for the very insightful speech. So it's time for question and answers.
Does anyone have any? Because most of the speakers are now.
Yeah.
We are here too.
Yeah.
Does anyone has any questions or something that you want to talk or say, especially with Dermot? No? Come together. Close to each other. No? We are good? Vou perguntar em português. Alguém tem alguma pergunta? Para garantir que vocês estão tudo alinhado comigo? Não? Beleza. Quer falar algo? Não? Então segura aqui, por favor. Deixa eu pegar aqui minha cola. I'll get my paper again. And I'll try. This one there. Isso não precisa não. So, first of all, everybody here already got your own vitrine magazine? Yes? Please take me home. Please make sure that you bring one of the magazines with you and spread the word about this project, this magazine, because this is really important for our community and will help more and more all the entrepreneurs to grow here. So don't forget to take yours. And we have more samples at the reception, so you guys can take as many as you want. Because I'm sure my husband doesn't want to have 100 copies of myself at my living room, okay? So please help me. And thank you very much for everything today. I want to ask everybody for a big applause to Mario Bortoleto.
Thank you very much.
Our master of ceremony today. I told you guys at the beginning that he's amazing, so now I would like to know if someone disagree with me? No, right? He is amazing. Yes, that's it. I believe all of you got a small bag like this one at the beginning, or the green one. Yes? Yeah? And then you probably saw inside this. And you probably thought, what the fuck? Right? Does anyone have any idea why you have that today? No? For those who never come to the event before, normally I don't like to just give something without a meaning. So even that has a meaning for you today, okay? And the meaning of that, this has a name. Let me check the name here. Somewhere. Mini basketball game. That's the name of that. But what is the meaning here? Take yours, everybody. Take your own one here. Is in the car. It's not here anymore. Okay, but if you have, take yours, just for a second. Looks like just a simple toy for kids, but today we're gonna change the meaning of this for each one of you. Okay? So I want you to look at this basket and think in your goal in life. That's your goal in life. What was the main goal when you arrived here? What was the why? Because you decided to be in a Sunday evening here in this event. So this is your goal in life. And the ball, yes, you should play. That's for play. The ball will be the opportunities and maybe the quantity of time that you're gonna need to try until you achieve your goal. So I want you all to remember that everybody here has the same toy, right? But each one of you will have your moment to get your goal, to achieve your goal, to put the ball inside the basket, right? So it's not only a toy. It's for you to remember that no matter how many times you try, you can get right as many as possible if you never give up. Okay? So just think about it every time when you're looking for this small piece of plastic sheet. And remember, that could be your perspective in life and how you keep doing in your life. Okay? So I know seems crazy when you saw that at the beginning, but it's just for you to remember that today, as every year when we are here, we had the opportunity to get all the tools and all the knowledge that we need to achieve our goal, to achieve our purpose, or whatever you want in your life. So it's a small thing, looks like nothing, but it's huge. And I want you all to remember that when you're looking for this toy next time, when you are doing an interview and maybe you fail, don't give up, okay? Because you just need to keep practicing, and I'm sure you will get your goal as soon as possible. Make sense? That's a lot of pressure when you are trying to bring something like that after a psychotherapist talking, right? Thanks. And now, another thing that I want to say is I want to ask you all to give a huge applause again now, but for each one of yourselves. Because you made it, you came here today, you stayed until the end, and you definitely did something different in your life today. I'm sure each one of you got a contact or talked with someone who helped you to open your mind a little bit. So you all did it. So well done, and please, huge applause for yourselves. Yes, 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 that's the energy. Yes, yes. Well done, guys. Come on. That's it, that's it. Thank you for each one of you who tried as much as possible to speak in English in the rooms. I know it was a challenge for some of you, and that's important because that's life. We need to pass by all the challenges we have and keep trying. Thank you for each one of you who were here today with your open heart and your open mind, sharing and getting information. So well done. And a special thank you for all my team and everybody who is working here today with audiovisual, with our, how can I say that, Kalinki? Boxes? Boxes, audio boxes, Marião, my husband, Daniel, Gil, Luis, Thales, Dario, the girls downstairs who are at the reception. I want to get another big applause for all of them. Gil, Gabi, everyone here is really important, and they are part of this process. So thank you guys for the trust and the help every time. And another thank you to Juliana and Lari, where are they? For trust on me and on this project to be here and launch the 3rd edition of your magazine. I know it's your baby, and I know how important that is for you. So thank you for both of you. So thank you for trust and for being here today. It was an honor to be part of the project this month. And I just want you to grow and help as many entrepreneurs and everything forever and ever. Well done with the project. So a big applause for the girls as well, please. And before we finish completely, I would like to know who were here for the first time. Great. Does any one of you would like to just give a quick speech about how was your experience today? One of you, just a quick, come on. Yes, pick one, Mario, pick one. Please tell me how was your experience today?
In English?
Could be in Portuguese, no problem. But then we're gonna need to translate, but go ahead.
Bom, hoje foi a minha primeira vez em um evento, né, de networking. Então foi algo novo, foi meio uma nova experiência de conhecer pessoas novas, empresas novas. E foi algo bem rico para mim. Espero poder estar presente em novos eventos e poder aproveitar mais oportunidades como essa.
Muito bem. Thank you. I'm glad that you enjoy. Thank you. Anyone else would like to say something? Yeah, go ahead.
I would like to say, at the beginning, I am so nervous. I asked Bia about in Instagram about the experience, if it's good or not. But I am so grateful because I asked Mario Bortoleto about this, Daniela Honório as well. And everyone just say, try and go and live your experience. For me, it's so good. I make many connections. And for me, so amazing.
I want to hear you as well. Please.
My name is Renata Desiré, and thank you for your invitation. I did a podcast with her, and I was like just delighted to do with her because she is amazing. And then, of course, everything she would do would be amazing. And for me, it was impressive because it's the first time I live here for 3 years. And I just like have met so many different people from different areas. And it was really like enriched. Like I feel really delighted is the word. because it's not just like the talkings were amazing, like he was amazing, she was amazing, incredible, but also I think like for us as everybody's immigrant here, it's really hard to feel connection and you feel that you're going to fail all the time. And the pressure comes from, I cannot fail because I left my country to be better there. How can I like be a cleaner in another country? This is not good. But then everything that you said here make us like stronger and to believe that we can do it in incredible way. So thank you for this very much. Thank you, everybody. That's it.
And if you want to know more about her, we have a podcast already. She was one of my guests on the BBcast. So that's another thing that I want to make sure that everybody get this information today. Oh, sorry, hey, this is for you. Yes, just a small gift. Thank you for your speech. We are an event that happens only once a year. And last year, I decided with my team to create a podcast about the event as well. So what we are doing during the year until the next edition is I'm always interviewing professionals from different areas. Normally, I try to get at least 3 from the same area. Let's say we did as personal trainers. And we do individual podcasts with them. And then we do like a round table with the 3 of them together, sharing their experience, the difference between the opportunities in the market. So please follow us on YouTube. And if you want to share your experience now, you have an opportunity if you are not an engineer, you know, because now we can do on the BBcast, another podcast to help our community to grow more and more. So please check on YouTube, Building Bridges Podcast, and let me know if you want to be one of the next speakers on our podcast. It will be a pleasure to listen your story and to learn about your life as well. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, I do. You wouldn't escape. Come here. I want the biggest one, the biggest applause to this woman who is responsible for this thing. You are amazing. Standing up. Up. There you go.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
You deserve it.
Thank you. Thank you. That's it? That's all you want? You just want to make me cry. That's it. Thank you, guys. Really, I have no words, just tears. Let's just say that's really, really, really my purpose in life, you know? It is, thanks. It is my purpose in life. I glad something like that could change one of you lives, you know? So it means a lot. And I wasn't planning to cry again. But I'm really grateful that you all stayed and did that for your day today. And I hope you get as many opportunities in life as you learn about today. So thank you. And please let me know if you got a job or something. You want to be one of our next interviews will be great. And again, don't forget about your goal. Keep trying, keep practicing, keep going, because I am sure you will achieve whatever you decide in your life. Okay? Thank you so much. And see you next year. Yes. And for those who didn't have the chance to get your new photo, LinkedIn portfolio photo, Gui, he is still downstairs for a little bit. So if you want to have your photo for your LinkedIn updated, make sure you talk with him before he goes. I asked him to hold a little bit to make sure that everybody who wants to have the opportunity to have this sorted today. Okay? Thank you so much, and I hope to see you all soon.